crossover.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hi.
Happer.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
Surprised you didn't commandeer the remote immediately.
I've got it on it on my phone here. I figured Josh wanted to watch his genteel game of meaningless golf because this is meaningless.
Yeah, which is
this is the crown of the Masters.
Oh, what? You can't say that.
It's for money.
Actually, you might be right.
Which one's it?
Goal
Is this
question.
the par 3?
This is the par 3.
This is the crown of the Masters. The only difference is more people are probably watching this.
If you'd like to hear
Much more.
updates on the par 3, you
Is
can
that
hear
on
them on
1180?
1180 The Zone twice an hour.
Nice.
Only
Man,
one ace, as far as I know today. Keegan Bradley.
Wow. A hole in one. Nick, did you know that's what ace meant?
Yeah, because that's also what it means in chain tickling.
That's also a very modern golf name. Very country clubby. Keegan Brad.
Don't think you're wrong, John.
Don't
Don't
There you
think
go.
you're wrong.
Right here, on 6. Whee!
They should try putting the ball in the hole.
They're trying.
They are. That's the point of this par 3 competition.
It's the point of golf, Nick. Have you ever heard of golf?
This is a par 3 course, right? They have
Yeah.
a par 3 course.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That'd be messed up if they tried to get him to do par 3 and a par 5.
That would be pretty funny, though. How about this?
Well, with all the steroids in golf these days, pretty soon they're going to.
Steroids.
If this were
Are golfers juicing?
Poll question.
It's the clubs.
It's more the equipment than
And
it
the
is
balls.
the actual
Technology
golfers.
juicing.
But I wonder what the scores would be like if they would have left the course alone.
if they
you
wouldn't have
know,
tiger-proofed it.
They've elongated it.
Well,
and
then the
changed it.
hurricane, it got a leaned last year. It's very different now. Trees are gone. We're going to talk to a golf guy.
Looks like there's a
today.
lot of trees there.
We'll be
though.
Well, yes, but other ones are gone, John.
Well,
They had a lot of trees. Here, I have the stat written down.
I guarantee you there will still be the same amount of bird
Here we are.
noises
How many
this
less
weekend.
trees?
You ready for this?
Yeah.
1,500 trees are believed to have been lost because of Hurricane Helene.
Can you believe that, John?
At the golf course or in the city
At the golf
proper?
course. At the golf course.
1,500 trees.
The down tree
And
off
trust
of
me,
the 10th
they count
tee-
them.
Oh, they probably do.
Hmm.
And they probably docked them for, falling on their pristine course.
Bum, bum,
That's
bum,
probably
bum,
true.
bum,
They probably
bum,
got
bum.
really mad at the trees.
Hey, how about this? Zach tweets into the show. Now, this isn't really related to your show, Happer, so I apologize.
That's okay.
But it is a Wednesday.
Get in.
It is a Wednesday.
Zach writes, was that a okie doke?
Sure was.
Oh,
Okie
one.
dokie.
Okie
Nice.
dokie.
Zach writes, finally started Righteous Gemstones.
Yes.
And holy bleep, my reaction when I heard misbehaving for the first time sounded familiar AF and made the connection to dumb debating. Bra effin' vo.
Yeah. It's great.
How about that?
Stibbs did a great job.
Running through the mouth with a pickle in my, or
So,
running through the house with a pickle in my
I've been
mouth.
wanting to rewatch Gemstones because I want to, get back into it.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd only seen the first season, but it turns out I'd also watched the second season and I just completely forgot about it.
Wow, tough look for you, Nick.
Yeah, so I started at the beginning now.
I watched
Back
it
at the beginning.
I watched it probably an episode or an episode and a half when I got back last night.
After baseball?
After baseball.
Are you in season 2?
I am in season 2.
Nice.
I forgot that Eric Andre was in that.
Oh, yeah. Dude, this season has just been straight fire. It has been so fun.
It's very,
What?
It's very
less,
good.
It's less absurd,
It is. It's just
which I like.
It's just like more of a hangout show.
just a
again.
good
It's-
show now?
It's like season 1 again.
Yeah.
Because wait till you get to season 3 is like.
Yeah, I get. Well, 2 and 3 get.
Well, yeah, there's
absurd.
some murders.
Do they have the Christian bodybuilding group? Is that season 2?
Yes.
Okay. What are they called?
the God or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
God with 2 D's.
Yeah. Because now it's just back to kind of it's
God Squad.
God Squad.
God
baby.
Squad.
It's more of a family drama again. There's some really funny stuff happening. But dude, I know we talked about it last week, but Judy is just
She's
so funny.
incredible. Great
I cannot
character.
Stop laughing at Judy.
She's a great character.
Her and
Yeah.
Billy. Well, I assume you saw a few memes of Uncle Baby Billy's script this week. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No.
He's writing a script for Teen Jesus, but it's called Teen Jesus.
That's my kind of joke.
And Jesse's just like, why did you just short the J of Jesus and
Call it
call it
Gene.
Gene?
Because they're like, you took out the middle letters. It doesn't make sense.
Tejas.
That it's Teenjus.
Just,
Oh, man. It's such a funny show.
Uncle Baby Billy.
I'm going to miss that show immensely. Oh, I'm going to miss it so much. I look
It's
forward
been
to you
great.
getting caught up.
It's been great. I'm almost there. I'll be there shortly.
Yeah. It really is. When you get in a rhythm with that show, because they're only a half hour, I mean, you can rip through.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it don't feel like it's like I have to be super locked in. Like it's not like a prestige TV thing.
No.
So
I missed the important plot
Yeah.
points, not Severance.
yeah, no. So I can knock a couple out if I'm doing prep for my show or whatever.
well,
It's great.
they're only a half hour, so it's not.
It's beautiful.
If you're being a father to your daughter.
Yeah, like that guy right there. Look at that.
Wow. What a great.
I
Tom
love
Hoagie.
I love the little kids in the caddy outfits.
Oh, man.
That
looks
kid is
miserable.
not enjoying this.
Oh no. Well,
That
she
kid-
doesn't like hats.
Oh.
She doesn't like hats.
That kid's
Wow.
thinking to itself, place is really, really monochromatic to me right now.
Why do our clothes match the pigmentation of all of the patrons?
That's a tiny baby too. That baby is not very old.
Uh-huh. See you later, baby.
Laura Rutledge is like, get this creep out of here. I want to talk to Tom Hoagie.
Tom
Is it
Hoje.
Hoje?
I have no idea.
I like to imagine it's hoagie because of the sandwich.
Mm.
Oh, good one.
You a
Hoagie.
hoagie guy?
Yeah, but Josh, remember Husker hoagies?
No,
Damn,
They didn't have Husker Hoagies when you were in college?
I don't think so.
that's
What were
uh,
they?
that's a place
At Able
inside
Sandoz?
inside Able. Yeah.
It was
Oh,
like
they might have.
it was
I never.
a sandwich shop.
I never lowered myself to going into those places.
Whoa.
What?
John.
I didn't, go into, I didn't live on campus.
I guess that's
Never
true.
lived on campus.
John
Never
went to
lived
it-
on campus.
He didn't
Never.
go to Lincoln first. He went somewhere else first.
Yeah,
Oh.
He's
Well,
like,
I
yeah,
did
perfect.
too, but I also lived on campus.
never lived on campus. Always lived
So, yeah,
off campus, just off campus.
Was it
in a
Able or
house.
was it Sandoz that had Husker
It was
Hoagies?
yeah, it's the same building.
Well, I think
Yeah.
during my time in college, they like it moved into like in between both of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So yeah, it was a sandwich shop. So you got it with your end card. So if you had a meal plan,
Whoa.
not
Whoa! That's still what it's called for the record. I
Want to
believe.
go to the Masters, Josh?
Well, he's going to Boston next
Yeah.
week.
Oh.
show that card to them. They're like, "Oh, come right on."
Oh, you don't even need that in Boston.
Oh no,
They just bestow it upon you.
Well, I never even thought about that.
That's a problem.
Mhm.
So was it? So it wasn't like it wasn't a private business. It was just like an extension of the campus food service.
Yeah, correct.
Correct.
It was only for the. For
Were
the
they good? Were
kids.
they good?
They were good.
They were, yeah.
Like, and I'm kind of a sandwich snob.
Because you could toast them. See, and this was in the
Oh.
era when I put like 2 things on my sandwiches. Man, that's a bummer. I probably could have had
You
so many.
really didn't take
Two
advantage.
things.
Yeah. Did you ever go to the one on East Campus? What was their Husker Hoagies called?
They had a
over on
great,
East?
yeah.
There was
They had a great
awesome.
cafeteria over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't start
Well,
going
I
there
would
until
hope
I was.
so. That's the farm campus.
That's
You'd
exactly
think the
right.
farm people would have the good food.
I didn't go there until I was a senior. Somebody was like, "Hey, you want to go have lunch?" I was like, "At East Campus,
Yeah.
where all the farmers are."
When I
and
started,
it was good.
I was a grass boy, so I
Oh,
would
that's right. You
be
wanted-
on East Campus.
That's right. You wanted to be golf man, like
Not golf, but
Turf
yeah,
management?
turf management. Yeah,
wow.
I like how they arranged campus so that they put the farmers and the lawyers on the same side, and then
I didn't realize the
everyone-
lawyers were over on East Campus too.
I believe the law school
and the
yeah,
dentists.
and the dentists.
yeah,
Mm.
Farmers like lawyers.
And NET is Nebraska Public Media is also near there,
it's
Yeah, it's on-
or is it on there?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on
it
campus.
counts. Yeah,
Yeah, because I took some classes there late in my broadcasting career. Wow, college
like your
So long.
broadcasting career,
broadcasting.
college career.
There we go. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to find.
So, what were the restaurants in the Union?
in the Union when I was in
you
college,
were there, okay, this is a good game.
Sbarro.
Okay,
There was Planet Sub.
okay.
There was Burger King, and I think it might have become Runza while I was in college.
Okay.
And then there was a Chinese
Imperial Palace.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Those were the
Okay,
four.
so the Imperial Palace
That
is
has
still
never.
there.
Yeah, that's must have.
And
It's not gone.
and Sbarro was gone, right?
Well,
and
no, we
Runs
did. Yeah,
was
we did
there?
have Sapar. They turned it into while I was there. They turned it into a Valentino's, like a Valentino's, like Express.
Bummer.
And then it was Imperial Palace, and then there was Subway, and then the big one on the corner was Runza.
Yeah. Okay.
And now the big one is Steak and Shake.
Yes.
Oh, I remember when that went because
Yes.
you were or are still.
We
love Steak and Shake.
I still haven't been there.
And there's
That's wild.
Chick-fil-A.
I was just looking it up.
Yeah, they have Chick-fil-A now,
There's
but
Chick-fil-A.
we had Burger King, Imperial Palace. Was it Subway?
Imperial Palace ruled.
Yes.
That place ruled.
Those are the two places I frequented the most.
Same. I went to
Burger
Imperial
King
Palace.
and the Imperial Palace.
Stib says
Compound
Planet.
chicken with the water chestnuts, baby.
He says Planet Sub was a top tier sandwich shop, best toasted subs on Earth. The planet. I don't even know if I ever
Nice.
had Planet Sub.
Yeah, I remember Planet Subs.
I probably have once, but I don't remember.
Do they still have Planet Subs? Are there any Planet Subs?
Oh, I
Let's
don't
find
think
out.
so. I don't think so.
Patrick says Sbarro turned into an Auntie Anne's and something else at the end of my run. Auntie Anne, that's the pretzel place, right?
Yes. They might have split it off into like a couple different things.
Yeah.
Because that was like
that's
a big,
Sbarro. Yeah, that was
it
huge.
was big real estate.
Yeah. It was like that. You picked your slice and they threw it in the oven for you. Good times.
Traditional New York
That's what they
pizza.
do at New York pizzas.
I
Yeah.
love that.
The two that were in the Omaha area are both permanently closed.
Oh, man.
None in Lincoln.
Oh, man. Where's the closest Planet Sub, Nick?
Probably not this.
Probably
planet.
not on this planet.
Wow.
What is
Mars.
this
You have
place?
to go to Mars now to get Planet Sub.
Maryville.
Of course, Maryville.
Oh, that's where my brother went to school.
Northwest Missouri State.
Mm-hmm. That's where he went to college, my youngest brother. Wow, Stib says there was one on 170th-ish and Center when I was in high school / college, but it closed. It was incredible. Wow.
Damn.
Want a road trip down?
Do you think
to-
do you think someday we'll be nostalgic for the fast food places that we have right now that'll be gone?
People miss Quiznos.
I kind of miss Quiznos. I'm with that.
I only had Quiznos.
It was
like
good.
once.
It was
What's
good.
a fast food place that we're going to lose next? That we're going to.
Burger King is for sure going down next.
That's a
Oh,
national
I don't
chain.
think so.
I will
We'll be-
definitely be nostalgic for Burger King.
I will miss Burger King.
Yeah, miss the
think
breakfast.
I don't think Burger King's going down.
You know?
It's not going to die.
No.
Long John Silver's. That one seems like it could meet its
Burger
got no
King
love
too
for-
big to fail.
Mm.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to that.
Do we still have King Kong?
Yeah.
Not
course.
gyros
One right
and
down the
gyros?
road.
Okay.
No gyro gyro.
I've still never had King Kong.
Go get King. It's
I
a
know.
big ass bird. It's the size of my head.
I know.
Yeah, they
I've
do have
lived in
big-ass
Omaha for
burgers.
almost all of my life, and I've never had King Kong.
Remember, I went to King Kong in college with my roommate, and I ordered a burger and fries, and then they looked at me and they're like, "Are you sure you want the fries?" I didn't know how big the burger was, and they handed me the burger, and the
Of course
fries
you
are
want
like
fries.
huge.
course
That's
you
like
want
a lot
fries.
of fries and a lot of burger.
Yeah, well, you got to have both. J-Man says Amigo have closed multiple locations. Is
Yes,
Amigos going away?
Amigos is slowly, yes, it's on watch.
I still
Not
never
in
have had
Lincoln.
Amigos.
Lincoln
The
seems
one-
to be doing
they
all
closed
right.
Had
the
a
one
few
in
times.
Gretna, and they closed.
Is the one on Dodge over here gone?
No, that one's
Is the
still
one?
good.
Do we have another one over here too?
There's one on 132nd and Center.
Mm.
That one's still open.
They've closed a couple Omaha locations.
Isn't there one out by
recently.
us on Maple? Or
Yes,
is that one gone?
with the big flag.
It's
Yeah.
funny.
Oh yeah, that one.
It's funny how the Lincoln based restaurants just can't get
Lincoln and Omaha, not handshake.
we
me.
do
No.
not handshake meme. No.
we can't get cooperation. And I would say the same is true in, vice versa.
Omaha
The
places going on.
Godfather, there's not many Godfathers left in Lincoln.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh,
ton of
yeah.
Godfathers back home. Like every town around me, every major town has a Godfathers.
Stib says, "Do not understand the love for Amigos. It's so bad."
I've never had it.
I
don't know.
did. Think,
I
I only
really
had it a
like their
couple times,
breakfast.
and I thought it was way
I
overrated.
really like their
I was
breakfast.
like, "This is what
Really?
everybody
Yeah.
celebrates."
It's
I thought it was
That's how
fine.
I felt when I had Runza.
I always felt they had of all the tacos, they were right up there.
Yeah.
Because they filled them nicely. The salsa is a winner.
You need a filled taco.
Jack obviously loves the ranch, which
Their
is
ranch
fine.
is good.
I've never been disappointed with Amigos.
I kind of side with Josh on this one. I don't really get it. I do like their breakfast. Like I said,
I'd never had their breakfast before.
I still get their.
Well, what about a place that we're sad is gone? Is the place that Happer was taken as they tried to schmooze him and get him to 1620 the zone, the burger place over on 72nd and Dodge.
Fuddruckers. But
Fuddruckers.
We did not go. It was already closed.
Oh, that's right. It was closed.
It's like
Never mind.
always closed.
Yeah. Well,
It's been closed for a very
now it's
long
something
time.
else.
It's a mega saver
See,
now.
I don't ever drive east on Dodge anymore over at 72nd, and so I never am looking in that direction.
It's a dumbass gas station.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. I was like, oh,
A weird place for a gas station.
Where?
Mega Saver,
where
72nd
where
Dodge.
the new library's
That
going
is
in.
not a weird place for a gas station.
But
That
it's
is
a weird
literally
place
an
for a
intersection.
library.
Yes, it is.
Why is it a weird place for anything? It's just a place.
Yeah, it's just a place.
But libraries aren't usually in the middle of commerce like that.
They should be, John. There's a lot of people.
No, it should be in a neighborhood so that the kids can get to it and not get run over by all the traffic.
Libraries should be in neighborhoods.
The library I go to is literally in a school. It is a school library where adults can go to.
Yeah, and you're not putting a damn school at 72nd and Dodge.
We could.
But our current
you
library is downtown, like in the middle of
So
commerce.
you anti-library downtown?
For now.
Not as much because, it's not as I mean, I can understand that. But especially for something that gigantic, should not be at 72nd.
Stib says John gets triggered by libraries because he can't read. Oh, is this what's happening, John?
I learned how to read before all y'all were born.
That's because you're 100.
That's right.
What's going on
I
with
would
the
hope so, John.
library at 90th and Dodge? Is that one still hanging out?
Yeah, that one is.
It looks rough.
It is. Now they do this thing once a
You
month
said doo-doo.
where you can go and buy books for pennies on the dollar.
Oh.
My wife and I went there a couple years ago, and I bought a hardcover bibliography of John's favorite guy,
Mr. H?
No, the guy. No. Though Kent Walgamont recommended the Hitler biography to me. That's the under, by the way. He said it was incredible, but it's like 1,000.
Designated Hitler.
Maybe I'll get around to it someday.
You do love
there
books,
it is.
Josh.
Who's the guy who created Apple? What's his name?
Steve
Jobs. And so I bought it because it was like $3, and I haven't read it yet. But I'm thinking about it this year. I think this might be the time. Hardcover for $3.
That is the cheapest thing Apple has ever sold.
Nice, John. That's a good joke.
Nobody spoil the end of that book for Josh.
Oh, yeah, please don't. He's dead. Yeah. So anyway, that
dies.
library is very interesting, though, Nick. It's very old.
It is.
It's very of its time, of its era.
It looks like it.
Oh,
I always forget about it until I'm the passenger and I'm stuck at that light, and then I
And then
look
you
over.
look
and I'm like,
over.
oh, there's a library there.
Mhm.
That's right.
what in the world? Joe in Vegas says that there is a Godfather's in Vegas, and he has 3 in Phoenix.
Whoa.
I thought that was just a Midwest thing.
No, it's
God,
Do
Godfather
it.
Well, I mean,
sucks.
there's a Creighton in Phoenix.
I mean,
yes, there is.
There's
Yes,
Casey.
there is.
Did you
Maybe
know
that's
that,
why
Josh?
it's there.
You were finding Casey's in Kentucky, weren't you?
Wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like national coast to coast, but it's like bigger than regional.
Do it.
That's what
What's
I would
bigger than regional? Like, what's between national and regional?
say. Bigger than
I mean, yeah.
regional.
I
Yes.
said what it is.
Because that's like Godfathers. You're not going to find Godfathers in New York or LA, but you can find it.
Because they have taste.
No, I don't know about that.
I'm not a Godfather's guy.
Oh, what?
Never have been.
You
I don't
are
like
a
Godfathers
Creighton
or
hater.
Val's.
Creighton
Hey, what
hater
was this
Josh.
joke today about Dean Blandino? What's going on with Dean? What did he do?
That's what we say when we don't want to say DB.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. My
Yeah.
bad. I apologize.
Yeah.
That's good. When you don't want to call someone a Damon Benning.
Not that.
Wow. Can
I
you believe
can't
what they said?
Not that
Jeez.
DB.
Unreal.
See, every time we mention anything with DB, Nick wants to dump it.
Mhm. He does.
Eh.
Man, if he would have called into our show, he just would have dumped the whole phone call. Damon.
I would have taken the phone out of program 1, so it just sounded like you guys were talking to
Oh, that's a great idea.
somebody else.
That's
a
great
fun bit.
That would be a funny bit. Yeah. Wow, Mike says Godfathers was referenced in the Goonies back in the 80s.
Whoa.
Is that true?
Referenced.
Was it? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. That movie was based in like the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that. Of course, I haven't seen the Goonies in a long time.
I watched it during COVID, I think, for the first time. Now there is a
Good enough.
commercial. Those are the characters, right?
Yeah. No, those are just other kids.
Oh, okay.
So Godfathers had a Goonies glasses off. They must have
Goonies
yeah,
glasses. Godfather's Goonies glasses.
Look at those.
They must have been.
Wow, that's wild.
That is crazy. I don't remember Godfathers being referenced in the Goonies.
Do it.
Do it. You've met
Now-
Mr.
Godfather's
Godfather,
was-
right?
I met Mr. Godfather this year at the
Here we go.
when we were where was that? Oh, was the Big East Road?
Yeah, the Big H
Show?
Road Show.
Yeah.
All right, I found what it is. So there is a Goonies fandom wiki. Thank you,
Okay.
Goonies fandom. So here we go. This is the entry for the Godfather's Pizza product placement. There is a page for the product placement in the Goonies.
Okay.
According to Mouth, one of Chunk's tall tales includes eating his, quote, entire weight in Godfather's Pizza, end quote. The line initially used Straw Hat Pizza, but when the restaurant chain wouldn't allow the name in the film, the line had to be dubbed over in post.
So they
So it should've
originally
been
had
actually-
a different pizza company, and then
I've never heard of
Godfather's.
Straw Hat Pizza.
I think Godfather's moved in. Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
I
Why didn't they have to dub over Godfather's Pizza?
They must have. He said, "Do it."
Well, I'm guessing Godfather's may have been. It's kind of similar to E.T. He was supposed to be eating M&Ms.
Yeah.
But
they didn't want it.
They didn't want it, and so the Reese's Pieces, and that's how Reese's Pieces became
Goat.
huge.
They became goated because of that movie.
They're goated.
Hell yeah, they are.
They're
See,
Reese's Pieces are not goated.
now, what's up with you guys? And you're always like, it doesn't have chocolate in it. That's what John always
Well,
says.
it doesn't.
No, that's not what I would say.
I don't
to that.
care. Who cares? I don't need chocolate in
Just
it.
give
It's
me the
peanut butter.
Peanut butter cup.
It's so good.
It's,
well, yeah,
it's okay.
I like
it's just
all
not
of it.
that great.
It's not that great.
It isn't. It's not that great.
The
It's
Cubs
not-
aren't that great, John.
Well, we're in first place.
Yeah, but they're not that great as this season.
But
will
we're
show
still in
itself.
first place.
And, the Cowboys were in first place once. It doesn't matter until
Remember
the postseason.
how you lost to the Dodgers twice in Japan?
Nice, Nick.
That didn't
doesn't-
happen.
That doesn't count.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
The tariffs took care of that.
That's right.
Thanks, Trump.
Would they win those games by, John? Like 2? Not anymore.
Yep.
It was a tie.
Yep. Thanks to the tariffs, it's now all equal.
Oh, wow. Is that how it works? YouTube user says Reese's peanut butter cups greater than peanut butter M&Ms greater than Reese's Pieces.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Good.
OG.
Reese's Pieces
Well,
above
no.
peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh, he said peanut M&Ms.
Oh, I'd flip
Peanut
it.
butter M&Ms.
I'd
Oh,
flip it
no.
completely.
Reese's Pieces are better than peanut butter M&Ms.
No.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick.
Absolutely. they
'Cause
are.
you
Peanut
just-
butter M&Ms are always so disappointing to
The
me.
peanut
you
butter
get the-
that they use in the peanut butter M&Ms isn't as good.
It may
He
not
nailed
be.
it.
It may not be, but there is the chocolate. The
you
chocolate and
don't-
the
I
peanut
told
butter
you, that's what he
together
cares
is
about.
fine.
Told you he cares about the chocolate.
That's
Why does that make it bad,
But
Josh?
that's what it's for. That's what makes Reese's special.
No, but the argument is that it's the chocolate makes the peanut butter M&Ms better, but the peanut butter is trash in the peanut butter
I mean,
M&Ms.
you
I
know,
don't think
so
it's trash.
disappointing.
I don't think
Reese-
it's trash.
Reese's is more about the peanut butter than the chocolate, even in the Reese's cups, because when they do like the Reese's eggs and stuff, the Reese's eggs are better because it's a higher peanut
No!
butter.
peanut
No.
butter to chocolate
No.
ratio.
The Reese's
No.
eggs are the best version of Reese's.
We
No,
have the Reese's
no,
eggs at our
no,
home
no,
right
no,
now.
Hell
no,
I've
yeah.
been putting them in my ice cream.
No.
I like to plop them in the
No.
freezer.
The Reese's eggs are definitively
This is
not
the,
better
this is
than
the
the peanut
same
butter cup.
argument as
Yes, they
Oreos.
are.
Everyone's
No.
obsessed with the double stuff. No, the OG Oreo is far superior because it's the perfect ratio.
Damn.
It's the same thing.
Is it the
John
perfect
Bishop.
ratio, or is it
about-
just the ratio that you
Cook
grew
them,
up with,
John.
so you're used
Cook
to it?
them,
No,
John.
we had double stuff when I was a kid. But the OG is better because the ratio is perfect. And the ratio in the Reese's peanut butter cups is perfect.
That's my guy.
Except for the eggs. The eggs is better.
No,
The eggs are
because
not better.
because the ratio is all skewed.
It's all screwed up.
I like the what is it? The big cup.
Oh, the big cup is great.
Yeah, the
You
Reese's
know why?
Big Cup.
Because there's more peanut butter.
Have you
What's
not
a-
seen these?
Again, if you would take
it's
that
just big.
It's
yeah,
just
but if
big
you
Reese's.
would take that peanut butter
You ever
out
had
and
the one
actually
that's
use
like-
it
How big are we
as peanut
talking?
butter, you
It's
would
like
not think
this big.
that way.
It's a big cup.
It's like this thick, and then like
What's
It's
the
a
ratio?
girthy.
What's the
Yeah.
ratio like?
I mean, it really is. It's just like in Canva how you can stretch a picture to get to the
Yeah.
corner. It's like that with
Is
a
it
regular cup.
thin?
They just
You
no.
can,
It's
you can
it's
do
like
that
this
with
thick.
other programs too. It's not like Canva invented that.
But he understood it.
Pepper, go across the street and get a Reese's Big Cup.
Have you guys ever gotten the ones for Christmas or a holiday from your parents where they gave you the Reese's that's like this big?
No.
My parents got
the
that for us.
bigger cup.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what they
No,
are.
it's
that's just so unwieldy. I mean, you can't really do anything with it.
I don't like
you
chocolate.
basically eat it and then you have to put it in a Ziploc bag because
like
a cookie
otherwise
cake.
it can get
I don't-
really nasty.
I
It's
don't
a
like-
pound.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
My parents got it for us for Christmas one time. It was great.
I don't like candy that I can't eat in one sitting.
Yeah.
If I have to
would
open a
agree with
thing
that.
and then eat some of it and then store it, I don't want that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, it was good.
Feels like such a waste.
I would agree.
That's why I hate chocolate bunnies. You're not going to eat the whole chocolate bunny.
What do
in
you
one
think
sitting.
about the individual, like you know how they have, there's the mix of Starburst. That's
Yeah.
when a normal Starburst comes in.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
you get the yellow and the orange and the red and the pink. Now they have the Starbursts that are only pink in like a bag.
I would throw
I'm a
that in the
big-
garbage because
That's
the pink
or
starburst
the only
are bad.
yellow,
Oh,
whatever.
no!
That's a horrible take because the pink one's the best. But like,
No,
let's
orange
just
and
say,
yellow are the best.
No.
Those are the
What
worst
is
two.
wrong with you?
I love orange and yellow starburst.
Those are
Are
the
your
worst two by
taste
far.
I
buds
have now-
broken?
And listen, now I figured it out. I'm going to have dinner with wings with Josh because he'll eat all the bad wings and I'll eat the good ones. And I'll have dessert with you because I'll have all the good Starburst and you'll have all the bad ones. This is perfect.
So what do you think of, like, have you ever seen the big thing of yellow only Starburst?
I haven't seen yellow only,
Well, they have that.
but yeah.
Okay.
They
you would,
do.
you would love that?
Oh yeah.
They do.
That
It's
is
always on the
stupid to me.
shelf because no one will buy it.
That is stupid to me because the thing about the Starburst is the mix.
Yes.
It's sifting through and you have only a finite amount of the pink and the
And
red
you-
ones,
and you-
which are the only good ones.
And you eat the crappy ones first so that you save the good ones for last.
You
What's
got
the
it.
best Jolly Rancher?
Green.
Really?
Yes.
Cherry.
That's a tough one.
Though I do like the blueberry,
I'm
which
gonna
is more of
say-
a newer flavor, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to say the cherry.
I love the cherry.
But I think-
it's so sour
but
and good.
I do like the watermelon one.
I either-
I like the
Again, I
watermelon
can
one
eat
too.
the watermelon
I'll eat the
candies, but
watermelon.
I can't eat watermelon.
Hot
It's
take,
either-
I like purple. I like the purple one.
Purples are good.
Ah,
Purple's good
my
too.
least favorite.
Mine is either green or raspberry.
I don't like fake grape. Fake grape, I'm not a fan of anything.
I've always liked
Runs.
that.
I love the purple
I've always liked
blow
the-
pops.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Blow pops. What are blow pops?
You know, the big
The
big
ones
suckers.
with the suckers and there's gum
In the middle of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
Nice.
a Tootsie Pop, but
Man,
it's
I
got
haven't had
gum.
one of those in years.
Yeah, when's the last time you had a sucker?
Years.
When's the last time you had a lollipop?
What about a gobstopper?
Well, a dum dum. I had a little dum dum
Yeah.
sucker. Now.
oh,
Do
there's,
you-
there's another candy, Nick. The everlasting gobstoppers, the huge ones.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
like,
my
what's
God.
the purpose
The
of
dumbest thing ever.
I got a jawbreaker once that was
Yeah.
this bit. Well,
And it seriously,
Kids this
it
big.
takes forever.
Kids were
It
eating
won't even fit in
jawbreakers
your
back in
mouth.
the day and dying,
it won't fit.
choking to death.
The Tootsie Pop is the only good way to eat a Tootsie Roll because at least there's
Wow.
the candy shell around it, and that makes the crap in the middle tolerable.
Wow, are you
I
out on
agree.
Tutti Fruities also?
What are Tutti Fruities?
It's like the flavored Tootsie Rolls.
I'm not. A
Those
fan
are
of
good.
You know, I love Tootsie Rolls.
We used to get the pink
I know
ones and
you
the blue
do.
ones.
What does that mean?
You're gross.
Hey, I'm normal.
That's not even chocolate. I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
Pretend.
It's
What?
What
I would
Tootsie
like-
Rolls?
yes.
It's taffy.
But what
It's
flavor?
chocolate taffy.
That
It's
is
just-
not chocolate.
It's
Yeah,
always
it
the
is.
candy
No,
that
it
tastes
is
like
chocolate.
poop.
It is not chocolate. It might as well be poop.
It's poop.
Does kind of look like poop.
I think that was the original name of Tootsie Roll. Poop taffy.
Just poop.
And then they
Poop
said,
taffy.
hey, for some reason, these aren't coming off the shelves. I think we need to rename it.
Then they
I
have
don't
the-
know. I like poop taffy.
They make like the longer Tootsie Rolls, and those even look more like poop. The long Tootsie
That's what they
Roll.
should have done in Caddyshack. Not throw a Baby Ruth in the pool.
Yeah.
They should have thrown a big ass Tootsie Roll in the pool.
Yeah.
Because people would have believed it. Because it would then when Bill Murray's character picks it up and takes a bite out of it, he'd be like, ah!
Underrated high chews. Love the high chews.
I choose are pretty good.
Love the high chews.
I don't remember the height.
They had those. They were the candy that they had in New York.
So the
At,
official
Oh yeah.
Got a
Okay.
handful of high chews.
No, thank
Those
you.
are good.
Those are
the
all right.
official flavor of Tootsie Roll, it's not chocolate because they legally can't call it chocolate.
Exactly.
Poop.
Chocolatey.
Chocolatey. Yeah. You
That's
know
what my
what?
poop is.
That's all the way I describe it. The doctor says, "Have you had any stool movements recently?" Yes. What would you describe it as?
Chocolatey.
Chocolatey.
Ugh.
Oh, you mean like a Tootsie Roll? Yes.
Next time you go to the doctor, don't you have a doctor's appearance soon?
Yes, next week.
Say that it's like a Tootsie Roll and see what the doctor says.
They're gonna ask me how my poop
They,
is.
they would immediately admit
Mine.
him to the hospital.
Yeah, sir.
I'd say maybe probably like a Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, see what they say. See what they say. Dilo says it's almost chocolate. That could be their tagline.
It's all-
Tootsie Rolls.
It's
It's almost chocolate.
Chocolate-ish.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the vibe of chocolate.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Odson says, as director of audio, but he's usurping the director of
Uh-oh.
video. I would love for us to take the time to film that as a skit. John runs a candy store. Connor plays the guy suggesting the name change. Josh and Nick play children who get disgusted by the name poop.
The very end.
One of us can have one of the propeller hats.
There we go.
And a big lollipop.
It's a great idea.
That's
So
the
I'm like
other
a-
thing I hate. The big lollipops. Did you ever get like those big
I
swirly
never
Yeah, I
had
never
one of
really
those.
cared about those.
Those weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was too much. And it's kind of similar to the oversized candy bars. It's like you can't finish the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And you either have to ditch it or there's really no good way to
There isn't.
save a lollipop.
Unless you keep the
for later.
wrapper and then you just kind of
Yeah.
wrap the
I suppose
wrapper
some
back
wax
around
paper might work,
it. Yeah.
but
Doesn't seem worth your time.
When was the last time you had a Dum Dum? I feel like Dum Dums are always at a bank.
no,
Go to a bank, you get a
Again,
Dum Dum.
years.
recently.
Yeah. Really?
It's been some
For
time.
some, I don't know. They're like sometimes you know how at some restaurants they'll have like the
Mints?
mints or
Yeah.
whatever. And I'm thinking that there was some dum-dums there
I
instead
haven't
of.
been to a public place in a long time now that I think about it.
You were at a baseball game last night.
Except for
public
like
place?
that, except for
Oh, okay.
a stadium.
So what are
should
you saying? Like
get some
restaurants?
dum-dums.
Yeah, like a
or-
restaurant.
Dude, you
or
know-
like a doctor's office. I haven't been to any of those places.
We were watching a TV show the other night. I can't remember what it was. It might have been Hacks. And they were just at a bar, not a restaurant. The characters were at a bar. And it made me realize I haven't been, honestly, the last time I went to a bar was probably with you and Matt. And that was December.
Whoa.
I need to go to a bar again and just like have
Let's
a
go to a
couple of beers.
I'll bring the dum-dums.
Yeah, not even a restaurant. I just want to go to a old bar and just get a drink.
Cool.
That sounds great. I'm going to do it after Boston.
And
It's
have a
gonna be great.
pickled egg?
No. Ugh.
Because that's when you know you're in an old bar.
Yeah, I don't like that.
They got the pickled eggs
I
and,
look at it and I shake
and the
my
beer
head.
nuts.
Yeah,
Oh, the beer
they do
nuts.
have that. Stibbs says, let's get drunk, Josh. Stibbs, I'm in.
Let's go.
Let's do
After
this.
Boston.
May, Josh, this is what I'm doing in May.
After you're awarded several gold medals for slurs.
You know, I've been trying to figure out how I want to spend my
Slurs?
No, I want to get off the slur topic ASAP. I've been trying to figure out what I want to do with my Friday.
You want me to turn the volume up on the Masters cover so you can learn a few?
Friday of Memorial Day weekend because we're not working. We're not having a show that day. And so I've been trying to figure out how do I want to spend that's a whole bonus day.
But we will have things airing.
Yes, we'll have stuff on the station, but I won't be involved. I'll be at this is where will I be? I think we might go see Mission Impossible that afternoon.
Dun,
But then
dun,
maybe
dun,
I'll go to a bar, maybe a little day drink.
Maybe
Get
you'll
a
go to a bar.
dum-dum.
Maybe I'll text Stibbs and say, "You want to go get drunk at
Wow.
a bar?" That sounds great. Happer, you
Ooh.
could come.
I might if
Yeah.
I'm available,
Yeah,
which I might
Oh,
not
that's
be.
right. You guys might be gone.
I don't know.
We don't know yet.
Tough to tell
We don't know.
sometimes.
Yes, tough to tell.
Tough to tell.
Okay. Well, I think we'll be doing this. I think we'll be making this happen.
Going to a bar.
God, doesn't that just sound great?
Going to a bar is back.
and just sitting and like there's noise around you and you're having a beer. Man.
With not a
Yeah,
care in
but then the
world.
olds will look at you funny. They'll be like, what is he
I'll go to
doing?
the young bar, John. I'll go to Crescent Moon.
But what about like
Oh,
going
remember
like
the Crescent Moon?
not having a plan to go to a bar,
Still
just like
exists.
walking into a bar?
Oh, a guy
That
walks
sounds
into a bar.
Even better.
This-
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a guy walks into
This
a bar.
sounds
I
like
think
a
it has-
different time in my life.
it has
I
to-
miss those times.
But it has to be a bar where they have, they have like in Chicago, every bar's like got an old style sign. It's got to be one of those types of bars.
Love
Where-
those bars.
Where it's got just the sign of one beer, not that they only
Busch
serve
Light.
that beer, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
it
like
says
this.
Joe's Place.
Seriously, when I was watching this scene, it reminded me of the Crescent Moon, where it's just tables that you're not propped up. It's not a high table. It's a short table, and you're just sitting there talking to friends.
Maybe there's some Keno.
Maybe there's some Keno. You probably love
I
Keno.
love
So,
Keno.
yeah, you seem like a guy who
I
loves
haven't
Keno.
played Keno in forever.
Poll question.
Actually, I think that I've been out with you and you've played Keno
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
There's that one place that we go to sometimes.
Yeah.
See, but that's they have food there. I don't want to go to a. I guess
Okay,
Crescent
all
Moon
right.
has food.
Take it out.
I
Take the
just
food
want to go
away.
to a bar.
What about like a food truck outside?
I do like the food trucks, but that's a brewery usually that has food trucks.
Yeah.
And Amazing
We're
Daniel's
not looking
triggered.
for a brewery.
Not looking for a brewery. We want to go to a bar.
For a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere where they know what Busch Light is.
What was this true? D'Lo says Red Lion Lounge, old fashions on tap.
Oh.
What in
Yeah,
the
that place is
world?
crazy.
I've
Have you
never
ever-
been there.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I want an on-tap old fashioned.
Well, have you been to whatchamacallit that has champagne on tap before? What's that
I-
place called?
homie.
Homie Inn.
Yeah, Homie Inn.
You ever been to
I've
Homie
heard
Inn?
of it. I've
That
never
is a
been there.
bar. Holy God, that is
Yeah,
a bar.
that's a bar.
That's a bar. I've only been there one time, maybe twice. I enjoyed
It's
it.
extreme.
Yeah, I think it was like the last stop of the night, so I was already pretty toasted.
Why did I go to homie recently?
Probably to drink.
Hang out with your homies.
I mean, there were homies there for sure. I don't know who though. Many homies. I have many homies for many sides.
Many sides.
Mm.
Odson writes, fellas, I'm going to say it.
Really?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It
Happy
says
New
nice
Year.
evergreen content in this one.
There you
This was
go.
fun.
Bars.
Bars.
Dudes talking
Oh,
bars.
God.
Yeah,
That
but
sounds
it's
so
nice to have
Candy
I like
bars.
the evergreen, but I wish we had some more like current references so that the people
We've talked
listening
about the
in
Masters.
December.
When Josh
Oh,
talked
that's
about
true.
taking
Yeah.
a Zen card.
We did, yeah.
And we
That's-
talked about me going to Boston soon. So that means
yeah,
it's
but
April, everybody.
yeah, but we don't know when this is going to be because, as we know, after you go to Boston and you really meld with the people that are there, you're going to be like going back every weekend.
every other day, I'm in Boston again. I'm going to be doing the show from WEEI.
You're going to start talking with
When
a
you cross into
accent.
Boston
Mm.
airspace, that's when the captain comes on and says, "Doom, Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are now over Boston airspace. You can now start speaking with slurs.
Josh, what have been if you worked at WEI? What would have been your take this week on the whole Joe Milton Drake May situation?
What was the Joe Milton?
You know, they traded Joe Milton, and
Yeah.
now everyone thinks that Drake May is,
I'd hop on and say,
he's soft.
I think that Drake May is overrated. That would be my take for WEEI. I was listening to Simmons, classic me, this morning, and dude, the way in which he talks about Drake May.
I know.
He was doing the same thing with Mac Jones, though, a few years ago.
Yes, he was.
That guy is the biggest
He always sucked.
People listen to this
John is the
guy.
most listened to
He
sports
does not-
podcast in the country.
Yeah.
It's him and Pardon My Take.
I'm sorry,
He
but
does not know football.
no.
He does not know football. But he's entertaining.
But yeah, John, he's been in my life since 2008.
Yeah.
I can't leave now. I got too
You
much
can.
equity.
You can
Yes,
just
you
leave.
can.
It's
You
fun.
can
It's
leave.
entertainment. It fills time.
There were people in Germany
No.
in the 40s that said, it's been this way
No.
for 12 years. I just can't leave it.
No.
might as well keep following.
Simmons is not the Mr. H of podcasters.
No. Could be.
He's not, though. That's what we're
I
saying.
mean, if he and his closest two decide to off themselves in a bunker, and we'll all come full circle.
By the way, Red Lion is getting a lot of buzz right now in the chat.
Buzz,
Maybe
baby.
that's where I go to Red Lion. People are like, Red Lion rocks.
Yeah, dude.
People are saying they like it.
I mean, it is absolutely a bar.
Yeah, I do like bars.
That was what you're looking for.
What about the Green Onion?
Now that's a bar.
That is a bar.
I want to find
you
another.
want to go to a dive bar.
I love dive bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever been to the Green Onion, Nick?
No,
Oh.
AKA the
I need to-
Grunion.
I need to find a new.
The huge mirror. God, I love the Green Onion.
So
I
many
need to find a
crimes.
new dive bar because the one that I went to all the time closed during COVID, and I just never found
Okay,
another
that was
one.
5 years ago.
I know.
Yeah, it's time.
Just don't go to bars.
Yeah, it's well same.
I mean,
You could go
my
to,
favorite bar closed. Why would I ever go to another?
I got
Yeah.
one for you. Trap Room
Which one is that?
Trap room.
downtown. By
I do like
what's
this-
that place called? The Slowdown. Like
Oh.
right next to that.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that place.
Trap Room.
I don't know if
That's a bar.
I've never been there.
That's a bar.
You and I went to we went to a brewery down there.
That
one
doesn't
time.
exist anymore.
Zip line's gone.
Gone.
Oh man,
I like
hadn't been there in a while.
I
so-
like the Sydney. I'm just not in Benson a lot.
I know some people who work at the. Sydney.
I do too.
I've
I
been
love
there
the
before.
Sid.
I've been there before.
I've seen a good show at the Sid.
I need to go to a show. He
Bars.
always invites me, and I say no because I'm tired.
Yeah, I used to go to shows.
I'm just tired. I
Huh.
wake up too early. But May is going to be the month of not waking up early.
really
I'm going to sleep in and take some time off from running. I'm going to bars. It's going to be a great month.
bars at nighttime. Sleep.
Yeah.
And slurs.
No slurs. Zero slurs.
You're gonna be a
Josh,
completely different person.
That's an idea. You can
Be
sell
like 2018 Josh.
if you want to raise money to go to Boston next year. Have a shirt with your face on it and say "Bars Sleep Slurs."
That would make a lot of money.
It would make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Kyle says Emmett's Tavern, super divey, all sorts of old beer memorabilia. Emmett's Tavern, what's that? This should have been the Omaha Food Fight best bars.
best.
That can be
next year.
By the way, do
Omaha bar fight.
we
We
have we announced who won the Omaha Food Fight?
I don't know if we ever did.
No.
Nick, who won?
Would you like to know?
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah.
The Drover.
Oh, congrats to the Drover.
Not shocked.
Me neither.
I have a photo of John at the Drover. We should have used that in our announcement. He's holding a knife. He looks like he wants to stab me.
That would have been perfect.
Ah, yeah. Congrats to the Drover.
Congrats to the Drover.
Happy New Year.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
That's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum is next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
For the record, the singlet that I'm wearing in Boston is not a one piece.
See, when you say singlet, I imagine one piece.
It's not.
Like a wrestler.
No, this is running, though. I'm not wrestling. This is running.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
See, it's that.
Then why don't they call it something else?
A tank top.
Yeah.
Because, Nick,
Because
is-
these people are weird.
no, we're normal.
Very
We
weird.
run for fun. It's very normal.
No, it's not very
John,
normal.
I have a girlfriend. She runs.
What?
And
Yeah.
she doesn't say weird things like you do.
She doesn't say I'm wearing a singlet.
No.
What does she say?
I'm wearing a shirt. A
Maybe-
running shirt.
Is she wearing a shirt, though? There's a difference between a shirt and a singlet. A singlet's like a tank top or a jersey.
Then call it a tank top.
Exactly.
It's called a singlet. What do you mean? In some sports, they have their own vernacular. They're not called points. They're called runs. We never get mad about this, though. That's just what the vernacular is. I'm not the idiot you guys are. But apparently the whole office here thinks I'm wearing a one piece. I'm not. There will be a top and a bottom.
That's why we call you Onesie Josh behind your back.
I don't think anybody calls me that. I don't think anybody calls me that.
Welcome to the Grom.
Hello.
Brought to you by
Hi.
Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. We finally have a day that feels kind of warm out
Look at
there.
this. It's shorts day, baby.
I brought the 7-inch inseams out.
Look at this. Nick, I ordered a new pair of shorts that are going to arrive tomorrow, and they were also 7 inches.
Look at our thighs.
Are they called
Look at them
singlets?
No, John, they're called shorts.
Okay.
They're called shorts. I am wearing half tights, though, which are a little snug. So if you want some nice photos,
No,
I
I don't
get a
want
little
to
jealous,
see.
John. I'll have the photos for you after the race.
Anyway, go to the Grum Down, brought to you by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Oh, you stopped
Nice.
putting fun pictures in there for the bullet points.
I was busy.
Yeah, what happened to the
This
photos?
is like the Soviet version of a Grum Down.
Well, you know what returns tomorrow, Nick? The blue Grum Down, because John's gone. And on Friday,
Again,
a blue
you're
Grum
welcome
Down.
to take over. I don't need to do this. I'm not married to it.
Blue Grum Down.
Blue Down.
It was mid results for midweek baseball. Really
yeah.
good for one team and really not good for another.
Yeah.
So thus mid.
Yes.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will join us.
Oh, awesome. Is that soon?
Yes.
I
very
can't
soon.
wait to talk to him.
Very soon.
Can't wait to talk to him.
Stability without success.
Mhm.
We'll explain later.
Okay.
What is this, the Steelers?
Nice, Nick. Well done.
Thank you.
There's
I know ball.
some truth to that
Mm-hmm.
in recent years. College basketball franchise valuation.
Oh,
Also,
Nice, Nick.
yeah. Also, Nebraska has picked up 2 more in the portal.
A second portal has hit the building.
A second
portal.
transfer has hit
Yeah.
the portal.
Mm,
Or
Is he
actually,
also from
actually
Iowa?
left the portal.
nice.
Matt Vincenzi from SI.com, a Masters preview.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
We'll
Thank
find out if the golfers can adjust to all the new space they have because there's apparently no more trees.
No more trees.
Why did
1,500
they-
of them are gone.
Why did they kill the trees?
Why did the hurricane destroy the trees? Is
Me-
that the question? Oh, man, what's going on over
Does
there?
Mother
Yeah.
Nature hate Mother Nature?
Maybe it does.
Perhaps. Is the Purdy decision a pretty tough one?
Nice. We don't talk about him very much anymore.
Well, we're going to today because I saw a good synopsis
Chubba?
today on that,
The other one.
Oh.
on the story.
Yep.
It is a dumb debates Wednesday.
Hell yeah.
I saw somewhere where someone used one of our previous dumb debates
What?
as
What?
a witty banter on Twitter today. As as part of the usual smack that happens on Twitter. It was actually pretty funny.
Okay. Very curious.
But if you would like to send us your dumb debates, send them into the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Lovely.
And use the hashtag dumb debates, please. Or email them into the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Yeah, I got one that I'm going to read today that ended with this sentence. I'm sure you won't use it because it is not a stupid question.
Wow.
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 Yeah. So we'll use this question.
It's called dumb debates, not stupid questions.
Yeah. But there is an implication that they're supposed to be dumb and not serious and or smart.
We've had sometimes some serious ones.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we've taken the dumb ones very seriously. The newest fad, the LeBron doll.
LeBron doll.
Yes. Find out today in content.
What questions has Nick whipped up
the
this time?
LeBron doll.
Okay.
Is this similar to the LeProm thing? Have you seen that video going around? There's a high school doing a LeBron themed prom. They call it LeProm.
Wow. I've not seen this nor heard about this.
Wow.
Yep.
John, we've never said the youth are smart. We've actually said youth is wasted on the young.
No, we haven't. It's kind of odd because, LeBron's kind of aged out now. You'd think it'd be, more like, I don't know, a Luka prom. One of the younger players.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a
Anthony Edwards prom.
Anthony Edwards prom, yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't really flow into the prom.
LeProm does fit.
Yeah.
LeProm.
And finger licking good toothpaste.
What on earth?
Ugh.
What could that be?
It's all coming up today. That and more on the Grum on Sportsmanlike Conduct 1620 The Zone. You can also hit us up in the text or hotline.
Oh, yeah.
402-951-1620. We appreciate those who did call in and confirm, yes, there was a Godfather's reference in the Goonies.
Yes. Jason says, Nick has a girlfriend. Does his wife know?
That's true. We found out Nick got married last week.
Nick got married.
Nick did not get married.
Shout out, Nick. Congrats, Nick. The married boys.
I got nothing else to say.
All right, there you go.
I got nothing else to say at all. And Luka,
J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
yeah, I mentioned those already.
Equitable Bank inbox. You did? I
Yeah.
thought you just said the hotline.
Well, as I was talking about dumb debates.
Oh, yeah, I guess you did. What are you talking about?
Poor Luka getting kicked out last night when he was yelling at a mouthy
Yeah,
fan.
is this because he's not from America? What's going on here? Treating somebody not from America wrong on the basketball floor. This is despicable
Well,
action.
talk to the referee, man.
I don't have his phone number.
Talk to the referee.
Unreal.
Get his phone number.
You never would see this with LeProm.
It's true.
Mm-mm.
Has LeBron ever been kicked out of a game?
No, I have to imagine he has.
A serious question.
Hey, I have to imagine it. I mean, he's been playing for
Has
20
MJ
years.
ever been kicked out of a game?
I had to imagine. Well,
An NBA game?
I have to imagine that he did. All right.
Kobe?
Oh, yeah. Kobe got in a fight one time.
Oh,
Him and
that's
Reggie
right.
Miller. They were
Has
swinging.
LeBron been ejected?
Even their hats are white at the Masters.
Oh.
Those are the caddies. The caddies. Mr. Gilmore, I'm your caddy. They have.
Yes.
That's their outfit.
LeBron has been ejected twice in his NBA career.
Oh.
Once in 2017 when he was arguing a call with referee Kane Fitzgerald. Never argue with a guy named Kane. He'll powerbomb you. The second ejection was in 2021 in a game against the Pistons after a physical altercation with Isaiah Stewart.
That's recent.
These feel kind of late in his career.
What was the first
Well,
one? What year was the first
we
one?
get angrier as we get older.
Yeah, I know. I've been working with you for over a decade.
Crotchety James. That's
Has
what we call him
Kobe
now.
ever been ejected?
Well,
7 times.
over there and over
6
there.
of the ejections due to arguments with referees.
And then the
One
fight.
with
Over
a
there, too.
scuffle with Chris Childress in 2000.
Childress.
Reggie Miller.
NASCAR?
Has
Amazing Daniel
Jordan.
said Jordan got kicked out of one game.
one time February 3rd, 1992, after receiving his second technical foul in a triple overtime game against Utah. So again,
Nice.
they had to play extra basketball, an extra 15 minutes to kick out the great one.
Mm-hmm.
So does that,
That was
really
the second.
even,
That was the second title season.
and does that even really count?
Mm-hmm.
So once again, Jordan greater than. LeBron
Nice.
and Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
Who would be like the most mild-mannered?
Player to get ejected?
How come nobody ever talks about Yao Ming anymore? I feel like I never hear about Yao Ming.
I mean, I don't know. What do you want us to say about him?
I don't know.
Chris
I
Mullin.
don't know about basketball.
Chris Mullin seemed pretty chill.
Here's
Was
one
he
for
chill?
you. Fred Hoiberg.
Oh, did Fred Hoiberg ever get ejected?
Yep.
Did he break?
He got ejected in a game against the Clippers on November 19th,
Because he slammed a whiteboard, right? Am I right, John?
Nope.
Wait, 2016. Oh, when he was with the Bulls.
Yeah.
Wow. He was coaching.
Yeah.
Wow. Fred. He is very mild-mannered.
But not as a player. Not as a player.
Not as a player.
Who was the other suggestion?
I said Chris Mullin. He seemed pretty chill during his time in the NBA.
Chris Mullin.
He seemed chill.
Yes.
He did?
March 10th, 1997, receiving a one technical ejection while playing for Golden State.
Oh, yeah. He was a warrior. And then eventually he was a really bad coach at St. John's. Really bad coach. Stibbs asks, has Doug McDermott ever been ejected? Last search for Schaefer is in the green room, John.
I doubt it, but I'll look.
All right, real quick before we talk to Schaefer. Sorry, Schaefer. We'll be there in a moment.
Has Doug McDermott been ejected? Nope.
Nice. Good for him.
Nope.
Good for Doug.
There you go. All right. Welcome to the Grum today. We're glad you could be with us.
Thanks for being
Again,
here.
send us those dumb debates. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, where Mike Schaefer joins us next here on The Zone.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Let's welcome in our friend from Husker 24/7, Mike Schaefer, who joins us on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. The sun is shining. It's like feeling sort of warm out there. I don't know about you guys. I felt I was lied to yesterday. I thought it was going to be warm yesterday. I felt cold.
Were you chilly in the broadcast booth last night? Is that what you're saying, John?
No, we kept the windows closed.
Not a bad idea.
We're wimps.
Bad idea.
I mowed yesterday, and it was the first mow of the season, and it was a little colder than I would have, preferred, but was happy to get it done. We live in a giant windsock. That's just what Nebraska is now. So
I'm jealous. You're mowing already?
Oh yeah. I don't know if I didn't do a good job mowing at the end of November, but the grass is long over here. Other neighbors had already mowed, so you feel that that pressure to make sure that you're not the mangiest, crappiest lawn in the neighborhood. And so I got out there and we cut some grass.
Wow, gas mow opening day. I guess you're like the Cubs and the Dodgers. You got off to an early start this year.
Yeah, I think this is earlier than previous years, but like I said, it's longer and it's greener than you would expect.
Same with our yard.
It wasn't a particularly wet winter. Random Wednesday blizzards aside. So I'm a little surprised by it myself. The neighbor's out watering his lawn right now here at on Wednesday. So I don't know. I'm confused by it, but here we are. I guess it's April. It's time for lawn care.
Hey, we mowed our yard too, John, which was why I was sending you copious DMs this weekend about your lawnmower, because it seems like the people who lived here before our current landlords bought the house in January or so. Does not seem like they took care of the lawn towards the end of the summer and early fall period, to the point where there are leaves everywhere and the backyard was getting a little long. So we gotta mow in this weekend as well. So yeah, John, this is opening day is long past for Schaefer and I. We're waiting on you now to catch up.
Yeah, I don't know. My lawn needs a lot of TLC. So anyway, that's the lawn care segment of the interview. Yeah. Now we'll
brought to you by Scott's.
Yeah, exactly. We guess we move on to the other passage of spring, and that is spring football. I'm curious, Schaefer, because reading some of the reports, from the guys there at Husker 24/7, it seems like Phil Snow has a big presence at these events. I'm curious if you think, yes, in title they have one defensive coordinator, but do they really have two, a co-defensive coordinator?
I don't think so. That's not the impression that I've gotten either from talking to people or just kind of keeping an eye on things or what have you. I mean, the one practice, it was all John Butler. I mean, whenever they were doing anything defensively, I mean, you're only hearing John Butler. And so I feel like this role that Phil Snow has is like head of defensive development, because yesterday at the open practice, he's just working with the younger defensive backs. Like there's 18 other defensive backs working with Addison Williams, which I'm going to say that number again. 18 other defensive backs working with Addison Williams. And then Phil Snow has this like group of 6 that's largely the newish guys. And then Evan Taylor, who missed all of last year, kind of coming back from a knee injury and was part of the 2024 class. A corner they really liked, who tore up his knee, and he just has been kind of slow getting into the build with Nebraska. And so he was with that group of the younger guys. And so they're splitting out these like 24 defensive backs, which I'll say that number again, 24 defensive backs. Nearly 1/4 of their Their 105 would be defensive backs if they kept all of them. So I think what Phil Snow is really doing is trying to help bring guys up to speed, and then using his knowledge and acumen and understanding of football to determine, okay, that guy's ready to just move on with the rest of the group. This guy needs more seasoning. I think it's really sort of interesting, but it feels like he is going to be, I wonder when they get into actual fall practice, I wonder if he's going to be running a lot of the scout team stuff, if he's going to be kind of keeping an eye on your third, fourth, fifth string defensive guys just to see who's looking good, who needs to be moved up. It's just a sort of a different case of coaching than what we've seen, or development, I guess, of what we've seen. And maybe this is just what they're going to do in the spring. I mean, that's the other thing to keep in mind. It could look entirely different in the fall when there's actual games to be played and everything else. But I really don't think this is a too many cooks in the kitchen situation with Nebraska's defense. I think it's pretty clearly John Butler, and he pretty clearly has help, whether it's Phil Snow, Addison Williams, two former defensive coordinators there that he can bounce stuff off of, Matt Rule, who certainly is going to be involved in the defense. And then, the other guys that are younger in their coaching career, though I think Rob Dvorak's a coaching star, on the rise. And so I think it's very much John Butler's defense, but he's going to take input, and other guys have different roles that maybe we haven't seen at Nebraska necessarily before.
Hey, Shay, speaking of too many cooks, that was certainly a conversation we had throughout a lot of last season. I wonder how you think the defense will take the good of last season or 2023 and try to rid themselves of the bad in terms of like scheme and approach. Like where will it be the same, and where do you think the defense is going to be different this year?
Well, I think they're going to be more aggressive on money downs. I think they're going to bring more blitz packages than Tony White did. And I think we saw that in the bowl game. So that's not exactly me standing out on a limb here on that one. But I suspect we're going to see some more blitz packages on second and third down, particularly just to try to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands a little faster, because Nebraska did struggle at times on third down. It could be third and long, and quarterback would have enough time to just sit back there, work through progressions, pick apart the secondary. And so I think they want to try to force some action a little bit earlier, even if that means they're a little shorthanded. If the pass gets completed, they trust that they're going to get guys to the ground. So I think you have that. They also just have different personnel. So when you ask that question, I was starting to think about it, and it's like gone is most of your defensive front. Gone is John Bullock. You have some of the guys from the secondary coming back, and Buford and Singleton and Hartzog, but you won't have Isaac Gifford, who played a ton of snaps for you. So some of it is these guys can't really be like, well, this is what it's been the last couple of years, because for a lot of them, they haven't been on the field as much as what they're going to be in the 2025 season. So the idea that they would be similar to 23 or even 24 is unlikely to me, because I think the personnel is going to present its own sort of differences and challenges. Like maybe they're going to end up being a better pass rushing team, but worse against the run. And that would sort of be my guess right now. If I were to just say here on April 9th, Nebraska's defense, if it's going to be good at one thing, I think it's going to be better at getting after the quarterback, maybe higher sack totals. I think it's going to struggle earlier in downs because it doesn't feel to this point that defensive line is going to be as stout against the run. Now that can change in a hurry, but that's sort of where I'm at with it. And so we'll kind of see how that plays out into the spring and into the summer. But when you hear the conversations about how good the offensive line looks and how they're able to run the football, my head immediately goes to, well, what does that mean for Nebraska's defensive line when they're playing someone else?
Well, speaking of that defensive line, Schaefer, certainly one of the biggest pickups of the offseason was Williams Nwaneri, the great rush in, the former 5-star that they got in the transfer portal from Missouri. When you see him, does he give all? What do you see when you see him? And I'm not really necessarily saying what he does in practice, but I'm just curious what he looks like on the hoof.
I mean, he's big and he's got long, almost tree trunk-esque arms. And so he definitely physically looks the part. It's whether he can play the position at a high enough level to help Nebraska this year. I have no doubt that down the line, this is a guy that could be a really, really good player because physically he has gifts that you just don't get blessed with very often. That's why he was a former 5-star player. It's, can he put it all together between the years? Can he show development and progress this year? Can he take the coaching from a Terry Braden, who I watched a lot of the defense yesterday, and that's a guy that demands excellence. Like, he wasn't letting you get through your drill at 80%. He wanted 100% every time. And so whether it was, I think Van Poppel got stopped and started over, Keona Davis got stopped and started over. Keona Davis went back to everybody was close to done. He was done with his reps. He decided to go get more because it seemed like he was probably unhappy with either being called out or just overall with how it went for him. And so we'll see if that kind of repetition, that kind of demand for excellence pays off of a guy in an area where the story from the Missouri people, and again, some of it's sour grapes, some of it could be reality, is that he had an up and down motor. So if the defensive line coach can bring out that motor and get him to play at a high level early in his career, then I think it tells you the ceiling could be even higher than an impact player later in his career. Maybe he's someone that can make an impact as early as this season at a high level. And so it comes down to how he accepts the coaching and then how he's able to translate it onto the football field.
Schaefer, speaking of Braden, like the hires that got a lot of, dare I say, hype or just excitement in the offseason. Of course, you can go back into November with Holgerson. Eckler's return had a lot of people pretty pumped. Even Phil Snow, who we talked about at the beginning of this conversation. Shorts at wide receiver. Like, Braden, sneaky. Like, I wonder how you view this, now a few months in, given that he is coming from a franchise that just made the Super Bowl. So he has all of that experience to work with. A young guy as well, seems to be excitable. Is this someone that we haven't talked about maybe enough over the last few months?
It's hard to talk about him because he hasn't really been here until, post the Super Bowl. He hadn't been able to put his stamp on things from a recruiting perspective because he was busy with coaching the Chiefs through the Super Bowl. And, he's had his one media appearance. I can't remember if he went yesterday or not. I don't think he did. And he brought a ton of energy to it. And I think that caught people off guard a little bit to sort of have a back and forth in your exchange as you ask a question, and someone who seems genuinely earnest to see how you're doing. The media is skeptical of such things. But I think he's a high energy guy, and I think he fits what we've seen Matt Rule have success with his defensive line coaches. And this is such a stupid stock answer, and I'm sure most guests that you have that cover the team are going to say something similar. I think Matt Rule has earned implicit trust on his defensive line coaches. And whether it's Terry Braden or some generic coach that Matt Rule pulls out of nowhere, I'm going to feel good about it because Matt Rule is going to pay a lot of attention to the defensive line as a former defensive line coach himself. And they've just been good. And the guys that he has populated around the NFL or in college football have been really good defensive line coaches. And Florida State is very excited about Terrence Knighton. And Frank Okam just went from Toledo to an NFL team here this offseason. And Robinson is the defensive coordinator. I can't think of his first name. I think it's Elijah. Robinson's the defensive coordinator at Texas A&M. I mean, he's got guys that have been successful. So now he's taking somebody here in Braden who the Chiefs loved and raved about and pushed heavily for Matt Rule to consider. And he comes from the same coaching tree that Matt Rule came from in terms of defensive line play. And he's a younger, high-energy guy. I think it just all adds up to where I don't know as much about him as I do some of these other coaches, but I just have a level of trust that it's going to probably look pretty good. And I like a lot of their defensive line pieces. That's the other thing. You're as good as the players that you have. Part of why Terrence Knighton's at Florida State, Ty Robinson kicked major ass. Nash Hutmaker was fantastic in 2023. If those guys weren't as good as they were, if Jamari Butler didn't have kind of the breakout in 23 and then the huge game against Ohio State, if James Williams hadn't come along, maybe Tony White isn't taking Terrence Knighton with him to Florida State. But you're as good as the players that you have. I like they're young, they're unproven, but I like a lot of their defensive linemen, and I think that's going to work well for them.
Our Wednesday visit with Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. You mentioned it in your notes from practice yesterday, Vincent Shavers, and how important his role might be. Have we not talked enough about the replacing of John Bullock, particularly when it comes to his pass coverage skills?
I don't think we have. I don't think we talked enough about how John Bullock was Johnny on the spot so often last season.
Yes.
I think we spend a lot of time talking about Ty Robinson, or a lot of time talking about Nash Hutmaker, and a lot of time talking about John Butler, and a lot of time talking about what this defense is going to look like. There was a guy in the middle of the defense who's probably not going to go play in the NFL, who's probably going to fall out of people's brains in terms of what he was. But I thought John Bullock, more often than not, was such a massive value add for Nebraska in that linebacker spot. I go back to the Colorado game. He made multiple plays in critical downs, whether it was chasing Shedeur Sanders into an incompletion, whether it was getting his hand up and tipping a ball, whether it was snuffing out the fourth down play and just blasting the running back. I mean, that's just one game as an example, but that's what John Bullock was doing all season. And it felt like if Nebraska wasn't playing particularly well, teams had done a good job neutralizing him a little bit, but he was just Johnny on the spot all the time. And I think it's going to be hard for any one player to step into that, whether it's Watson Trent, who comes, highly regarded in terms of what he did in the Sun Belt, and he's got to make that jump up in terms of play. Shavers, who's going to go from, we're excited about what this guy's doing in practice, a lot of potential there, to you're going to have to take a lot of snaps. Some guys step back as a sophomore because expectations get high, and you go from a limited amount of reps where you look good in a small sample size to maybe you can get exposed at a larger one. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to Shavers, but I do think that people have maybe made it in their brain that it's going to be easier to replace John Bullock than it is. That guy made a lot of plays. I think that his contribution to last year somehow was underrepresented in a way when we talked about the defense overall, but I think it's going to be noticeable at times this year.
I thought, he was trending, I thought, first 8 games of the season as a first team all conference player.
I thought the same thing.
That's how I thought.
The back half of the year, it fell off a little bit. Yeah. I don't know if there was an injury there. I don't know if things changed defensively, if teams found different ways to neutralize him. But I definitely agree. In those when Nebraska's 5-1, I think there was a real case to be made. Their MVP could have been John Bullock with how he played in those first 6 games. He was outstanding. And then, I'd have to go back and see what exactly it was in the second half of the year. And it's not like he's irreplaceable. Not like they can't, but will you have that guy who's able to make the plays that he was able to? He came up with fumbles. He forced fumbles. He was as close as they had to a defensive eraser last year as anybody. And I use that term a lot because I think you can go from being a good defense to a great defense on paper, but sometimes a great defense doesn't have that guy who's just going to make plays. And so you're still going to end up getting beat in some situations. They need whoever it is, whether it's Shavers, whether it's Watson Trent, whether it's someone on the back end, whether it's one of the defensive linemen. They need someone in 2025 who is going to wreak havoc, whether that is with getting his hand on passes at the line of scrimmage, whether that is forcing fumbles, whether that is corralling and getting tackles for a loss. They've got to find a couple guys who can flash play at a high level defensively. Otherwise, you can be fine metrics-wise, you can be fine statistically, and still struggle to get off the field or still struggle to impact the game where your defense becomes a positive. And I think Nebraska still needs that because we don't know what the offense is going to be.
Schaefer, speaking of offense, and I know you were watching the defense yesterday, but I wonder what you have made of Matt Rule's comments, or what you made of Matt Rule's comments on Saturday as it pertains to the offensive line. Shame on us over and over and over for believing that the offensive line was finally going to start getting better over the last 20 years. I think you talked about it a little bit, though, on a recent pod. Maybe it was with Happer on Monday. But either way, I guess I'm trying to ask you, the offensive line, are you willing to maybe meet Matt Rule halfway or get all the way there with him? And if so, what does that mean for the offense and what they're able to do in 2025?
I think the offensive line is the story of the spring, even more so than Dana Holgerson or anything else. I have been impressed when I have seen them in person as to some of the physical changes that happened for some of these young offensive linemen. That doesn't mean that they're just going to hit the ground running and be great, but from the comments that I've heard of people that have been at live periods of practice, and there's a few different ones, the offensive line has done really well to the point where it's not that noticeable that you're missing Henry Lutovsky or Teddy Prohaska or Gunnar Gatula or Turner Corcoran, which then makes it really kind of fascinating.
Yes, it
you
does.
get those guys back, all of a sudden you ounce of depth? What does that do to your rotation? I have a lot of concern about Elijah Pritchett, but people I've talked to said that he has handled his business well this spring. He's maybe not the most fleet of foot, but he's got a lot of power there, and he's played pretty well at the left tackle spot. Spindler, obviously, I think brings more in terms of intangibles than just straight great offensive line play, but he's a leader of that group. Justin Evans, I think, is someone everybody around here has liked for a long time, and it just hasn't come together has looked the best on the field, but I think the package is all there. They've got some of these younger offensive linemen. Will I be shocked if it's November and Grant Brooks is getting a start? No, I won't be, because he looked physically better, and that was a highly regarded guy. Same with Preston Talmua. I mean, so they've got some younger players that Matt Rule kind of highlighted in early September when he had his first press conference of, good programs get to their third year and these guys are ready to go. Well, some of them are in their second year, and you can already tell that they're going to be important for them. And they put a lot of emphasis in recruiting the offensive line. And I talked about it on Happer's show. I, as someone who did not believe in Donovan Raiola when he was first hired, did not believe in Donovan Raiola when he was brought back, did not believe in Donovan Raiola after 2023. I have talked myself into he is never going to be an asset in terms of just outward recruiting. Like, he's never going to be the guy that a recruit raves about. They had a great phone call with Donovan Raiola. That is never going to happen. He is, I think, someone who has the respect of that offensive line. They want to play hard for him. It sounds like he's a good teacher. It sounds like he's an effective communicator in that regard. Recruits rave about watching him coach their offensive line and then listening to the offensive line talk about him. He may be a more valuable coach or a better coach than I ever thought was possible. And 4 years into it, this is kind of where we're at this point. But I am more than happy to say that there is a large chance that I was completely wrong on Donovan Raiola. And Nebraska will be reaping the benefits for that if that's the case.
2 weeks into the season, Guardians are 2.5 games back of Detroit. Thoughts?
It's a terrible division, and it's a long year. And they won their home opener by I think having 3 total hits and a walk-off walk against the worst team in baseball. So everybody in the stadium looked miserable. It looked incredibly cold. The guy who got the walk-off walk missed a grand slam by about 2 feet right of the foul pole. And then the pitch is low, and so it's a walk. He doesn't even really know if he's supposed to celebrate or what he's supposed to do, that they just won this game. So that felt like the perfect way to open a season right there. That's going to finish around 83 wins and probably not the playoffs. That's what Guardians baseball feels like right now.
Well, it's a long season. Maybe things will change.
Well, it's a terrible division. All of these teams are bad. They're all bad, and we'll see how it goes.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, enjoy the rest of your day. We always appreciate the visit every Wednesday.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on. And John, you got to get out there and just get the mowing. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Do it, John.
It might be a little bit cold.
I have patches to repair, so I've got some.
You got to do some overseeding. You got to do some of that.
Well, I got to do some
Did you miss the fall window?
Yeah, I did.
Seeding?
Well, the problem was that I ended up killing a bunch of weeds, and by the time I had a chance to get stuff down, I didn't do it. So, yeah, it's going to be spring seeding, and that usually doesn't go well. But yes, we'll get the mower out, and we'll try to repair my old one so that Josh has one for future use.
Let's go, John.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
what a guy!
Very nice of you.
There you go. All right, we'll be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct coming up. 1620 The Zone. This week's Zone Deal, Friday, 9 a.m., Backlot Tap House, Detroit-style pizza, Omaha's best, 30 beers on tap. And this Friday, get $50 worth of gift certificates for only $25 at 1620thezone.com, going on sale Friday morning at 9 a.m. And listen all week with Gary and Matt for your chance to win some of those certificates.
Nice.
From 6A to 10A. They had a press conference today, Josh, to celebrate the crown.
Awesome.
The trophy was there and everything.
Awesome.
We need to find out, Nick, see if you can do some research. When is the Crown Trophy Tour going to be? You know, where they goes from town to town.
They go to Walmart.
That goes from town to town. Usually they stop at a Walmart or a local business who, pays for the sponsorship. And they bring the fans in. They get their picture taken with the crown, the trophy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So if you can find that out for me.
A little show on the road action. Is that what you're thinking? Oh, Grum down.
Oops, wrong one. That did not work the way I thought it would.
Interesting, John. Interesting, Nick. If only there was a better way to make graphics.
Huh.
Interesting. What are we looking at here, John? My eyes are bleeding.
We're not going to look at anything. It didn't work the way I thought. But Nebraska basketball picked up 2 more today in the portal. Basically, their roster is full, assuming that the 15-man roster limit is going to be a thing.
Which, yeah, we spent a lot of time the other day talking about the football component of that, but we didn't spend a lot of time talking about basketball.
It's everything.
Yeah, what would it mean for basketball?
But Nebraska landed a commitment from Kendall Blue. From
the Blues.
From St. Thomas.
Nice.
12 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists per game.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
I didn't say anything.
6'6" guard, so good length. Fred likes his lengthy guards. He likes those guys.
Michael Jordan was 6'6".
Likes tall guys.
Oh, you're comparing Kendall Blue to Michael Jordan.
I'm just saying, they're the same height.
They're the same.
They are the same height. Let's see if he'll turn into the GOAT.
And then also got a homecoming of sorts.
Hoko?
Yeah. Will Cooper used to be at Millard South, coming back.
Awesome.
He's leaving the Air Force. He's leaving the military.
Wow. Whoa. See you later, troops. I'm coming to Nebraska.
He's also 6'6", averaged 5 points a game last
Another
year.
Michael Jordan.
Another 6'6" has hit the Nebraska basketball program.
Dave Fight says, I won't lie, I'd pay $5 for a picture wearing the crown. Poll question, would you pay $5 to wear the crown?
Is it a wearable trophy?
The crown is on a wood plaque.
Yeah, you can take it off. Like I don't know. Jawan Gary, I thought was wearing. Happer mentioned that he was wearing the crown today.
I have no idea.
Fred Hoiberg wore a crown the other day.
Oh, I didn't know if they'd stopped by a Burger King on the way home back to the airport.
Oh, that's a real crown.
Maybe they can wear it.
Not the GIF.
Maybe they can wear it. Listen, I'm sure there are some sickos out there who've leaned very hard into the bit that would like to wear the crown.
Surprised
Creighton fans don't get to wear the crown. Sorry, John. They lost in the second round.
Damn. Jack hasn't found a way to wear the crown yet.
Oh, I'm sure he could make that happen.
I'm sure he could.
He's our king. He's the king of Nebraska basketball fans.
He is.
Yeah, he is the king of them. He wasn't elected, but he became the king anyway, which is how kings work.
You know what their theme song is? The King of Wishful Thinking.
Wow.
Nice.
John, come on now.
Well, it's true. Anyway, Cooper, 37%, almost 38% three-point shooter.
Katie says, Josh comparing a Husker to Jordan. No, I was not. I was saying they're the same height. Do you need to clean out your ears, KD, like my co-host John over here? Not allowed to compare heights anymore?
I only heard you comparing him to Michael
I
Jordan.
just said he's 6'6". Actually, I didn't even say. I just said, you know who else was 6'6"?
Michael Jordan. Yeah, you compared him.
That's all I said.
It's going to be a upper-class heavy roster next year because and I don't have to master his name only but for one game a year, so I haven't figured out. Is it Jaravicious? I want to call him Joe Jaravicious. I want to call him Joe Jaravicious.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so easy to think, but it looks like it almost. But between him and Blue, they're both seniors. Sanford from Iowa is going to be a junior. So,
though, is it? I don't mean to pick on what you said, but isn't it just hilarious to talk about like eligibility? Like it matters. Like, oh man, this guy, like everyone's on a 1-year deal, right? Like,
No, I know. Yeah, you're right.
having veteran.
But
when
I
players.
say this, it's not really about what they have left at Nebraska. It's what they have experienced as college players.
Sure. Returning production, in the words of Bill Connolly.
So
is there a college basketball website that does that? There has to be, right?
Probably.
Now it's looking back and not looking ahead.
I think both Ken Palm and Bart do. I think it's more average age.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
But 10 of the 14 roster spots are made up of juniors and seniors.
Okay, interesting.
So,
I mean,
yeah, very heavy on the old.
Dare I make anyone upset by comparing anybody to anybody, which I won't do here, but that can matter. Having veteran players, veteran leadership, like that can matter.
Yes, it can.
It can.
Yes, it can.
Now, will it? We'll see, but it can matter. Seems like they're doing a solid job, right? I'd say solid job, Nebraska. Put that on a graphic. Solid job.
They obviously were working on other things than practicing for the crown in Las
They
Vegas.
were able to do both.
They were.
They were able to do both.
I hope somebody screen cap that picture of you putting your thumbs up and put something problematic behind it.
No, don't do that.
But you can try.
Don't do that.
But you can try. Coming up next, the Masters preview. Matt Vincenzi of SI.com.
Nice.
For those of you who might like to put a little lettuce on your Masters. That and more as Unsportsmanlike conduct continues on 1620 The Zone. But right now is a good time if you have been looking to upgrade your windows. Here is the deal from your home improvement company. Their biggest sale of the year, and it's a once-a-year event. 50% off your window purchase, plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows. You're going to get energy-efficient triple-pane windows made in the U.S. They look fantastic. They'll be installed professionally, and you can get zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. So it's never been more affordable. The timing has never been better for new windows in your home. Call 402-764-1720 today and visit with YHIC with a free in-home consultation. Biggest sale of the year. Don't miss out. So let me repeat, 50% off your window purchase plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows and get zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Find out more by visiting YHIC.com. Trust me, YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. It only happens once. 50% off your window purchase plus free labor with a minimum of 4 windows and zero down, zero interest, zero payments for 12 months. Their biggest sale of the year. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Well, starting tomorrow, it's the first major of the year, which means it is Masters time. Get out your pimento cheese spread and your white bread and watch some golf.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, we have a listener who's going to drop off some of that for us so we can have it on the show tomorrow. He's a chef.
Nice.
He reached out. I was like, what would you guys think about pimento cheese sandwiches? I said, sounds great to
You
us.
said yes, chef.
I said, yes, chef.
Awesome.
Nice job, Nick.
Yeah, enjoy.
We definitely will.
I think I'm going to get some of the fixings for it and make some this weekend.
Nice.
Well, let's find out more about who we think might have a shot at winning this week and doffing the green jacket. Matt Vincenzi of SI.com joins us on the hotline this afternoon. Matt, good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying your pimento cheese.
Yeah, I haven't had any yet, but happy to be on the show.
5 of the past 8 winners have been inside the top 6 in strokes gained on the approach shot. You talked about it in your betting column today, how, big off the tee is great, but this course is about that approach. Who does this favor this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's a second shot golf course for sure. And I think distance is great, especially when it might be slightly softer to start the week, although it should firm up as we go. But, the best iron players to me is this season so far has been Colin Morikawa. He's, best in approach in 2025. Typically that's kind of Scotty's jam, and that's why he's won 2 of the last 3. But, since he's been back from injury, he hasn't looked completely himself, although his B game is still better than most people's A game. I think Morikawa is the best iron player right now, and I think Justin Thomas is a great iron player too. If he can make the putts, I think those 2 guys will both contend.
Matt, there's been a lot of conversation about all the trees that were lost because of the hurricane last year. The down trees off of the 10th tee is in particular a large talking point. I wonder how you think that this is going to affect play and who this could help ultimately over the course of the next 4 days.
I don't believe it's going to affect play too much. Looking at all the player interviews, I think people tend to agree that the changes are going to be, pretty minimal in how the golf course is going to play. I think there's a little bit of extra room on 10 to the right, but it's kind of a small area where it will really impact the actual tournament. So I think the player consensus this week is that it's going to play for the most part the same.
Talking with Matt Vincenzi of SI.com. His betting preview is up right now at SI.com. We tweeted out the link earlier today. Scotty Scheffler's, and he's the favorite for a reason, but I am curious what you have thought so far of his play since returning from the ravioli accident, we'll call it.
Yeah, I think he's been up and down. I mean, one week he really struggled with the irons, but he hit his driver pretty good. The following week he really struggled with the driver, but he hit his irons good. When he contended for much of the Houston Open that Min Lee won, Scheffler gained 7 strokes in putting. So he's finding ways to make good scores, and he's finished in the top 25 in all 5 or 6 of his starts this year, but he's yet to really come close to winning on the back 9. So I think he's still working his way back. And I'll say this: I'm going to go as far as to guarantee that he doesn't win the Masters this year.
Wow, guarantee that he doesn't win.
Yeah, and Matt, one of the guys that you like, and one of your props was actually Rory over Scheffler, and you wrote that Rory is the player to beat this week, no questions asked. I wonder, as we get to tomorrow, like, what are you going to be looking at if he finally is going to win that green jacket that maybe could foretell towards the weekend for him in the affirmative?
Yeah, very simple. He needs to get off to a good start. I think when he's struggled here, he's contended here twice, really, 2011 and 2017 when Reed won, but both times he was under par in round 1. Those are the only 2 times he really had a chance going into the weekend. So he needs to start off under par. Additionally, I think the last 11 winners have been in the top 10 on the leaderboard, or the top 11 on the leaderboard after the first round. So not only does he have to start strong, anyone who wants to win has to start strong. But for him particularly, I mean, if he starts to chase and take an unnecessary risk, that's when he starts to get himself in trouble. But the reason he's a player to beat is because he's never won twice before the Masters before in his career, and he's won a lot of times in his career. So he's never been playing this well leading into this event. And all the question marks around Scotty. You have Xander, who won 2 of the last 3 majors, who's not himself yet either. Rahm doesn't seem to be quite himself. So not only is his game the best it's been going into the Masters, the other guys around him who are the biggest threats also have so many question marks.
Matt Vincenzi of SI.com. What do you think of McElroy's price, the plus 650, second on the favorites list at BetMGM behind Scheffler?
Yeah, I think it's the right price. I mean, if I was a casual bettor and I was, I typically don't bet 6-1 guys, but if I was, recreational bettor, I don't watch any tournaments. I want to watch the Masters, enjoy it with my friends. Have it, you're going to a party, whatever. I would just put a couple $100 on McElroy. That's what I would do. I think that's the most best chance you have at a sweat, something to watch, something to root for. And I think, it's a fair price. It's what he should be.
Matt, one of the other things that you wrote about was I guess you just had a list of the winners over the last handful of years. And it's been since 2017 where a winner was worse than 10 under. I wonder, when you're looking at that, because they'll obviously have the props of what the winning score is going to be. What are you thinking about when you look at the weather forecast this week, how the golfers are playing, in terms of what you like that winning score to look like?
I think we'll end up in the same place we typically do, in that -10 to -13 range. I think you might see some low scores tomorrow. I think Thursday looks like it's going to be the easiest of the 4 days, because with that sub-air system, it does dry out pretty quick, but there's been a lot of rain early in the week. So I do think Thursday will be a little bit soft and receptive. And Friday looks a little bit gusty, so it might be a little harder on Friday. And then the weekend, I expect it to be a little chilly, firm, and fast, as it always is. So I think, it might look different. I don't want people to panic on Thursday if we see some lower scores than normal, because I think it's going to get progressively tougher as the week goes on.
Matt, it wasn't that long ago when Dustin Johnson was the Scotty Scheffler of his day. Could this be a weekend where he finds a little sunshine again?
I absolutely think so. I spent a lot of time with him last week at Doral, and I was walking with his group in the practice rounds and walking with his group when he was in the final group on Saturday in Miami, and he looked great. I mean, I don't know how much attention people paid to that event, but he was in the lead on the 17th tee in the second round, and he went in the water on 18, made a triple, and kind of got himself out of it. But for 4 of his last 6 rounds, he's been the best player in the field. He's had a couple bad rounds, and that's kind of what happens when you're working your way back into form. But I talked to him, and I talked to his coach, Claude Harmon, and they both said he's extremely motivated this year. And I know that's what anyone's going to say, but you can see the results now on the course. So it seems like he's working really, really hard. He hears all the people saying he should retire and he's not a real golfer anymore. And, I don't know if that translates to him winning the Masters, but at 100 to 31, I think it's worth a shot.
Speaking of 80-1, which is where Johnson currently is, you've got one of those 80-1 guys among your picks, Sergio Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of surprised me a little bit. What's your liking of Sergio this weekend?
Well, we've seen a couple 2-time Masters winners, Spaniards with Seve and Ollie, and he's hitting the ball incredibly well. I don't know what it is about the live format that's brought out the best in him, but over the past 18 months, he's been one of the best ball strikers in the world again. He's actually putts it for some reason. I think it's part of it is being around the younger players and teammates and mentoring them, and he's in an incredible mental space. And I think he always had the talent, and I think the mental stuff was up and down with him. And I think he's just free flowing. He gained 8 strokes in approach at Miami and Doral, which is a really, really tough course. His iron play is great. I was on the 18th tee with him during the duels match against the YouTube creators, and he laced a tee shot down the 18th hole, hardest hole in the course, into the wind, over the water, and it carried Joaquin Niemann, who I also love, drive by 20 yards, and he's 45 years old. So can he win? I'm not completely sure about that, but I think he's going to play great.
Matt, along those lines of the live guys, when this came to be, a couple of years ago now, there was all this wonder of what's it going to mean when you get to the majors, in terms of they're playing one fewer round, they're not playing in front of as many people, and it's going to be different. Like, what kind of data do you think we have now that we can apply to the majors this year, starting with the Masters this weekend?
Yeah, I think at the beginning, people wanted to put it all into one category. Yes, the live players aren't going to play good in majors because of live, or yes, they will because they're going to be more refreshed. I think it's just such an individual thing where the schedule has worked out really, really well for some players and really bad for others. And like Cam Smith, who I really wanted to take this week because he's so good at Augusta, but he just hasn't been able to round into form with a new live schedule. And I think for players like him, he might need to be forced to practice a little more because he likes fishing and hanging out with his buddies and whatnot. But for other players, we've seen Bryson. Last year he was, besides Xander, the best major player in the world. He finished second at the PGA, then won the U.S. Open. He's playing the same schedule. So I think it's individualistic depending on the player and what they need. And I also think the league listens to the players a bit more. So the last few years, This year they had Doral the week before, which is a really tough, difficult, windy golf course. Whereas a couple of years ago they had, kind of some unknown little course that didn't really get the guys ready for Augusta. So I think they're listening and taking feedback, and they want their players to be ready and perform the majors because it's a win-win for everybody when they do.
Matt, experience matters, the familiarity with the course. But with that said, is there someone who is either a rookie or is maybe just someone with maybe 5 or fewer tournaments under their belt who might be a good sneaky pick this week?
I looked at the top debutante market, and I thought Dietrich was pretty good at 9-1. He's played firm and fast golf courses really, really, really well. He hits the ball far. He's been good in majors over the last 2 years. So I think him at 9-1 in that market is good. The other one who I'm kind of out on being their second start is Ludwig Oberg. I'm giving you guys plenty of guys who can win. I think right now he's going in there a little bit overrated and overpriced on the board. And he contended last year, but typically you don't see guys contend 2 years in a row at the Masters, especially on their first and second start. So I would expect him to be one of the guys who might take a step back this year.
Matt Vincenzi, read his great column breaking down the betting odds and some of his picks at si.com. Matt, we appreciate it. Enjoy the tournament this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, Matt.
Matt Vincenzi joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Man, we'll have to have him back for all the majors this year, including the PGA next month. The PGA Championship, the second major.
Josh, you said majors.
Yeah, the second major. Nick, the PGA. Put that in your calendar to text Matt next month.
I would rather have regular coverage of LIV.
You would not.
Well, it is the superior golf.
No, you would not.
Jamie Kennedy is director of digital content for Golf Digest, and he's had some interesting Twitter threads this week.
Sure.
Just about the history of the Masters. And I found today's rather fascinating. Of course, they do the champions dinner.
Yes.
Right? Where the defending champion gets to create the menu and they bring back the former champions and they...
You're about to quote Fuzzy Zeller, aren't you, John? Don't say it.
I'm not going to quote Fuzzy Zeller.
Nick loved that line. He heard it the other day for the first time and he was chuckling and chuckling.
Fuzzy Zeller. By the way, famously, Tiger picked cheeseburgers.
For his first one.
For his meal.
But Masters cheeseburgers are amazing.
The first Masters Champions Dinner was started in 1951. Ben Hogan. Ben Hogan, the legend.
Remember World War II?
Heroes.
The champions
it's a Hogan's Heroes joke.
The champions would work with the chefs at Augusta. Stop it. This is serious business now.
You didn't like my Hogan's Heroes joke? I thought that would get you.
It was good. Originally, it was a traditional club dishes that they would just choose. So they'd choose from the menu.
Pimento cheese sandwich.
But also choose like they're eating it. They're chewing
oh my gosh, Nick, stop it.
But then they started to customize it a little more, with either favorite meals or stuff from maybe the winner's home area. Here's some of the more interesting choices.
Okay.
Of course, Tiger in 1998, cheeseburger. Ben Crenshaw, Texas barbecue. Jose Maria Habafam chose paella. I bet that was a challenge for some of the chefs. Fred Couples, chicken cacciatore. Sandy Lyle, one of the more obscure Masters champions. He is from Scotland.
Okay.
He chose
something nasty.
Haggis.
No
haggis.
Thanks.
Wow. Saying something that's part of somebody's culture, deep culture, is gross.
I mean, it's basically gut. It's basically,
eat it, Nick.
parts of things that you don't like to eat
for
stuffed
dinner?
inside a stomach.
So are hot
and
dogs.
Boiled.
Yes, Nick. And if someone wants to say hot dogs are nasty, they're allowed to. Haggis sounds like garbage.
But in 2013, Bubba Watson went with a very, very, very ordinary menu.
Okay.
Caesar salad, chicken breast, and confetti cake.
Wow, that is boring.
To which Nick Faldo famously joked, you had a year to decide on grilled chicken, mashed potatoes, corn, and macaroni and cheese. #happy meal.
Yeah, seriously.
And
that's
then
like
Bubba
what I
doubled
eat.
down when he won it again and chose the exact same menu.
Now that's funny. The second time it was for the bit. I don't think the first time was for the bit. That's funny.
One of the more popular Masters Champions dinners was when Hideki Matsuyama won in 2022.
Yes.
Listen to this menu.
I remember this a little bit.
Assorted sushi.
Nice.
Yakitori skewers. Black cod broth. Wagyu ribeye.
Oh my gosh.
And Japanese strawberry shortcake.
That sounds Amazing.
Now, you don't have to eat the champion's meal. Most guys just will order the steak from the restaurant or whatever.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
You don't have to eat the champion's.
So if you're
dinner.
afraid of sushi, you can get a steak.
Now, not only do you get to pick the menu and the wine, but the champion also pays for it.
I always thought that
Champion
was the case.
pays. You know how long?
No wonder Bubba picked that chicken breast
very
and
cheap.
potatoes.
You don't want to know how extensive the standard wine list is at Augusta National?
Please tell me.
32 pages.
Wow, that's awesome.
32 pages.
Wow.
And of course, Scotty Scheffler, his master's dinner that was served yesterday, cheeseburger sliders, firecracker shrimp for appetizers. There was one other appetizer we'll tell you in a minute. The first course was Texas chili.
Okay.
The main course was...
First course was Texas chili. God, that's a heavy first course.
Yes, it is. Wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish. For dessert, he went with the chocolate chip skillet cookie with ice cream. You know how they bring out the chocolate chip cookie and they put it in a little skillet and they put the ice cream on?
Be still my heart.
But one of the other appetizers were ravioli bites.
Wow, that is some heavy-ass food.
But you missed the joke. That's how he hurt his hand. He was making ravioli and he broke the glass.
That's pretty good.
So
that's some heavy food.
That is
a lot of that.
Food.
Man, having steak, you get the meat sweats and everything going on.
Yeah.
Katie says Nick is absolutely choosing chicken tenders and fries. He's for sure scared of sushi. Nick, are you scared of sushi?
I eat sushi.
Hey, I'm scared of sushi. I'm not going to eat that.
I like to try new things when I get sushi. I had eel not too long ago.
Jimmy writes, wait, I take that back. Golf talk is way worse than baseball talk.
Oh, baseball. Let's keep talking about it.
Nope, we don't have to, Nick. We're talking football today. Though there were some comments earlier of people being triggered that we were talking about football in our live interview with Mike Schaefer.
Well, we do have the Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason football topic of the day.
We forgot to do it yesterday.
Josh will be
no.
Shucks. That means football's one step closer to dying.
But
we'll try to breathe life into this dying enterprise.
Football!
When we continue on 1620 The Zone, one way you can breathe life into local football, especially that played in Lincoln, is by donating to NIL. But did you know that there's a fun way, an affordable way that you can do so via On the Line? On the Line, Omaha-based company, partners with Nebraska. They also partner with Creighton and with Omaha. And here's how it works. Go to athleticsontheline.com, pick a favorite school. So let's say you're a Husker football fan. You go to athleticsontheline.com, pick Nebraska football. Then you pick a measurable metric. Could be yards, could be points. Maybe it's something as simple as wins. So you pick wins and you decide, you know what? I'm going to donate $100 for every win this season. You can do that. You set the budget so you know you won't go over that budget, and that becomes your donation towards Nebraska's official NIL collective, because On the Line officially partners with Nebraska, Creighton, and Omaha. So go visit them today, athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving. Reward your team when your team rewards you. athleticsontheline.com.
John, how about this email that we just got from listener John?
Well, I was going to first congratulate the folks who participated in the censored 1620.
Why not celebrate them, and then we'll celebrate John's email?
Mark Ernest, who had Florida in our censored 1620 challenge. He won. Rochelle, who had Houston. Gosh, he was so close.
I know.
close.
Well, speaking of someone
And
who's-
also Jeff and Charlie, who were Auburn and Duke. They finished third.
I bet Charlie's pissed. Charlie's like, what do you mean they're close? I was even closer. Duke would have beat Houston. Duke would have beat Florida. That's what Charlie's saying. Sorry, Charlie, you were third place. You were tied for third place. Congratulations to all of our
But
listeners.
what did you find in our Equitable Bank inbox? At Equitable, we take banking personal. Answer the phone first.
Well, it's a great email because it is about a fine sponsor who you just talked about. Who's the sponsor, John, that you just talked about?
Equitable?
No, before that, going into the commercial.
Going into the commercial?
Athletics.
On the line.
Boom. John writes, I like John's read on this. I can afford $500. I think I'll pledge $100 per win for Nebraska football
Stop it!
for the 2025 season. Do you want me to forward this to our salesperson on this account? They're going to love this email.
I mean,
that's some brand awareness right there.
It's brand awareness.
Excellent
but
job.
Stop being a smartass.
Excellent job. $100 per win.
Well,
in the Scott Frost era, there were some years, John, where that only meant $300 because they only won 3 games.
This is true.
Twice. Yikes, man.
Well,
bad. Horrible. Garbage.
Far be it for me to try to promote the fact that this sport is right around the corner, because it is absolutely not.
Is
but
it time for the Open?
No, not time for the Open yet. I did want to flash this up on the screen.
Is it going to be more words in weird places?
But
it is not an eternity away.
We
so
have,
far away.
We have
Baseball.
the team assignments to the 3-day Big Ten football media days.
Are we going?
Event. No.
We just got an email from our boss. We should ask if we can go.
No, I'm not going.
Why not?
I've been to Vegas, done that. I'm good.
We would do the show.
That's fine. You can do the show from
Imagine
Vegas.
the 3 of us in Vegas for an extended period of time, not just a day.
Last time I checked, July 22nd, 23rd, and 24th is summer.
Yeah.
And I want to embrace my summer.
Media days.
But
Anyway.
Nebraska gets to be on the first day.
Oh, baby.
Why is days spelt like that?
Because who's my co-host?
Because
Nick? It's John.
Because the Big Ten realizes that you're in a daze by the time you get through to the Purdue part of day 3. You're gonna be in a daze.
I knew John would want to explain that, so I gave him the opportunity.
Nice. Oh, and
but there it is.
UCLA's
Still-
on Thursday. They're in LA.
But still an eternity away, kids.
It
So
will be
far
here
away.
so soon. That's barely 3 months away. Go, Nick, 3 months ago.
Imagine how many baseball games are between now and then.
Many baseball games.
Too many. But 3 months ago, Nick, the NFL regular season had barely ended. Think about it. That seems like it was just yesterday. It was cold and snowy. 3 months ago today was my mom's birthday. Wow.
Well, 3 months ago today, one really cool thing.
Wow.
Your mom's birthday.
Wow. I mean, it was cold outside. I don't miss the cold. It's going to be hot as balls in July.
Yes, it is.
I'll be talking about my sweaty bum.
You know, that's a good point. It's going to be hot as balls in July in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to be. We're going to go there. We're going to have a great time.
All the wind.
You have weird aspirations. How are we going to do that?
So you get on an airplane
and the
it
whole
flies.
Kansas City thing at the same.
Well, because they're a month apart, John.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure
Enjoy yourself.
in July airplanes are going to make it all the way to Vegas?
You never know. You never know. We'll be fine. If we don't go, we're going to Kansas City. That's all I care about. I just want to go to Kansas City. I was even thinking about emailing the Chiefs today. I forgot about, hey, can we get one of your little boothy booths for
Ask
Big
Mitch.
Red overreaction?
Ask
I don't think he
Mitch.
can help. We need.
You don't think Mitch has pull?
No, not that kind of pull.
Wow.
So we got to do overreaction from a booth.
Or we'll do it from right here in this beautiful studio.
Why would we do it from right here?
Or maybe I'll do it from home.
So you're not going to go to Kansas City. You're going to stay here and be a sad.
No,
sad
what
boy?
I'm gonna do,
That means
though-
John gets to do the post game show.
Oh, is John
Dibs.
gonna come to Chicago with me?
Oh God. Dibs.
I would. I'd go to Chicago. You can go to your Chemical Romance, and I'll go watch the Cubs.
The Cubs are not in town that weekend. I checked. We're gonna go to a White Sox game, but I wanted to go to.
Oh, gross!
I wanted to go to a Cubs game because I wanted to go to Wrigley, but they're not going to be there. So I guess White Sox.
That's too bad.
Bummer. I'm going to Fenway Park in 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to
Because
Rate
it's
Field.
baseball season.
Hell yeah.
But the sport of football is dying
Cue the
and
open,
needs our help.
Give us
And
the
so
open.
every day we vow on this program to at least try to talk a little football.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football branded. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Cry me a river. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
I love that open, Nick. You did such a great job.
Thank you. I'm proud of it.
Football.
Which internet are you connected to?
I am on NRG Guest.
Oh, okay.
What are you on?
I was on private. It's kicked me off.
I've never been on private.
You have access to the
seriously.
I don't even have that.
That password disappeared years ago.
It did?
For me, it did.
I think you and Prudon are the only people that know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember it. The computer remembers it.
That's amazing.
You can go into your computer and it'll tell you what it is. I can show you.
I know, but I've never bothered to look.
Football.
I've never bothered to look.
Football.
Oh, now I'm on the guest.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
But as we know, because I was trying to look this up when I realized my internet was down.
Yeah, wow.
Nebraska has already replaced Tennessee on its schedule.
Yeah, we know.
We remember the controversy, but just for review, Nebraska now will be playing the MAC conference this year or next year.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio and Bowling Green, both in the same season, and North Dakota. And then in 2027, when they were supposed to play Tennessee, they will play Miami of Ohio.
Okay. Bummer.
But
huge bummer.
Enjoy the money.
Remember, Tennessee was they were kind of butthurt about this. They didn't like it. They were mad. They were like, why are you canceling?
They're like,
us
why
at
aren't
the
you in our
last minute?"
StreamYard? That's what Tennessee said to Nebraska.
Yeah.
They said, where are you? Nebraska said, we don't even have the StreamYard.
Yeah, they said,
URL
get the hell
anymore.
in here, John. That's what that's their nickname for Nebraska.
That's what they call it, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Where are you at, John?
Well,
Hey, there it
Tennessee has replaced Nebraska.
Oh, with whom?
Another MAC school?
Probably. That's what schools are doing now. They're going to soft-ass, weak-ass schedules.
Well, Tennessee today announced that Georgia Tech of the ACC, they're legit ACC because they're actually close to the Atlantic Ocean.
That's true.
Within a couple hours drive of the Atlantic Ocean.
That's true.
But yes, Tennessee is going to replace Nebraska with another Power 4 conference opponent,
Another
Georgia
power has hit
Tech.
the schedule.
I don't like the Atlantic Ocean. I almost drowned in the Atlantic Ocean. Dumb ocean.
Keep going, John. Power through.
Teams will play in Atlanta in 2026, Knoxville in 2027.
That's the dream. Getting to play a non-conference road game in Knoxville, Tennessee. That's the dream. I'm proud of you, Tennessee, and I'm proud of you, Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech, you know who else they're going to have on their schedule in 2026 and 2027, John? Georgia.
Because they always have Georgia.
Georgia. That means they're playing a lot of power games in the non-con. 2 of them, in fact. Nebraska's going to play 0. So they'll play 10 power games, and Nebraska will play how many, John? Carry the 2.
Well, 9.
Add the 4.
9.
9 is the answer.
They could have had one more.
They could have, Nick. We could have traveled to that game. Like we're going to Arrowhead this year. We could have traveled to Knoxville, Tennessee. And Nick could have gone to Boise, Idaho to see My Chemical Romance, who will by that point be performing in Boise, Idaho. And instead we'll be at home watching Maction in Memorial Stadium.
You know, it's not like Georgia Tech's been a great power recently, but I give Tennessee credit. At least they're scheduling another power conference opponent.
Mm-hmm.
It may not be as sexy as Tennessee and Nebraska.
No, it's definitely not.
But it's better than
a poke in the eyes, my dad.
It's better than a poke in the eye. It's
Don't
better
want my
than
eye
a
poked.
group of 5 team.
Mm-hmm.
So Tennessee, I doff my cap to you. I take it off, but the headphones would come off.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was this.
Oh. This story is weird, and we mentioned it in passing recently.
There are a pair of Ohio State beat writers, and I believe we've had one of them on the show. Hasn't Austin been on the show?
See, that's what I thought too. I do not have his phone number, so if we did,
probably
it would
not
have been
recently.
in the Stibbs era. But I believe we have had Austin Ward on the show. We will not be having him on in the future, for the record.
According to Awful Announcing, there is a legal case involving 2 Ohio State beat writers, Austin Ward and Jeremy Birmingham. An amended lawsuit suggests that the 2 Ohio State insiders didn't just mishandle podcast funds, but admitted to taking the money that was supposed to go to players for paid appearances. So Ward and Birmingham were hosting a podcast where
the Ohio State podcast.
There would be money. There'd be appearance fees.
Sponsorship
that would be paid
yes.
to the players for appearing on the podcast. This is a very popular way across the country of getting NIL deals, is having players doing podcasts.
But obviously, when you do that, you're going to have an intermediary, and so they were paying these guys, these podcast hosts, assuming it's like if we had a recruit on, right?
Yeah.
We were getting NIL. They would give the money to us, and then we would give the money to the players. And they weren't doing that. They were skimming off the top. They were keeping some for themselves.
They were mishandling the advertising revenue, which was supposed to go to the players. According to the amended lawsuit, both Ward and Birmingham allegedly skimmed money from the sponsorships and ad deals, money that was exclusively intended to compensate Ohio State athletes for appearing on the podcast. That's literally what the name of it was. It's probably because it's the Ohio State. It's probably the podcast.
That seems like such a weird roundabout middleman funnel way to get money to a player.
I don't think so, Nick. No, I don't think so. If we were going to have a recruit on our show, let's pretend, and it was brought to you by sponsor X, I do not think that the sponsor would directly pay the players. They would pay the radio station, and then we would pay the player.
Okay.
I do think that that's normal.
Yeah.
That's normal. What they did, bad. Not normal.
I mean, there's the Let It Fly podcast. That's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's how Creighton athletes are getting money from that.
Yes.
This is the same thing. The filing alleges the pair even admitted in writing to pocketing a portion of those funds, with Birmingham specifically stating that after paying players, the leftover revenue was split between himself, Ward, and an unnamed third party.
The third party has hit the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
The Media, which is the parent company of the podcast, is now accusing the two of civil theft, breach of contract, unjust enrichment, and in Birmingham's case, computer trespass and invasion of privacy. The company also claims that Ward sent out a rogue invoice to an unauthorized sponsor just 32 minutes after being fired, and that Birmingham accessed company email without authorization after his termination. So he was still trying to dip even after he had been told, you're gone.
You know where this would never happen, John? With Michigan podcasters. They would never stoop so low as to steal money from their recruits' pockets, because they're Michigan men and women who host podcasts. They're good people, Nick.
I think some sports bro podcasts are really insufferable.
Whoa.
Some.
Hey, we love the 1620 The Chase podcast here, Nick.
We do. That's why I said some.
In this house, we listen to the 1620 The Chase.
Well, yeah, but that's not but that wouldn't be a sports bros podcast. What's a sport? Well, define what
this one seems like a sports bro podcast.
Yeah,
what's the definition of a sports
Is it
bro?
where we wear our hats backwards? Because sometimes I put my hat on backwards, Nick, on my podcast.
It's just like very loud, obnoxious, like, oh, Ohio State.
All right, I never do.
Put your bets on Ohio State.
I'll be honest with you.
Kind of sounds like Jack on my pod.
I never listened to the podcast, so I don't know how they talk.
Dudes talking over each other all the time.
Hey, you're describing John and me right now,
No,
Nick.
I'm not.
Yeah.
And sometimes I yell at him.
Yeah.
Jordan says it's the coaches that do that at Michigan. Yes, but not the podcasters. I stand with my Michigan podcasters, but
What
not
is the Michigan? What's the premier Michigan podcast?
I don't know. It's a great question.
We cheat like a mofo.
No, John. The most famous, Nick, website in the heyday of Michigan internet was the MGO blog.
The MGO blog.
Yeah, and if you think the podcast is annoying, how about MGO blog?
Yeah.
MGO blog sounds like something that happens after a bad night with Taco Bell.
I'm in the bathroom with some MGO blog coming out of my
Sorry, but I
BH.
had a bad burrito. I got an MGO blog.
Look at that IMGO blog. Looks like a Tootsie Roll.
Oh, man. After these nights when I go to the bar for the first time in many months, I'm probably going to wake up and have a little MGO blog myself.
We're going to have to okie dokie the MGO blog. Well, good luck to them. They're going to need it.
Yeah, the weird part, though, is that
Don't wish them luck. They're stealing money.
So
I'm being more sarcastic.
They're also writers for rivals.
Or were.
Well, but they still are, though.
Wait, they didn't get let go?
No, and I don't know what the Ohio State rival site is. It might be, Nick, you ready for this name? It might be Bucknuts. One of the websites
is that Bucknuts?
No, never mind. Bucknuts is a different one.
I bet that podcast is the worst.
Bucknuts is the Ohio State 24/7 website, so the Mike Schaefers of the world. Dotting the I's is the Ohio State rival site. I believe they're still writing for them, which is very strange.
That's wild.
Wow, I don't get on Rivals anymore. That website is weird. Very loud.
Yeah, they've redone some redesigning over
Yeah,
there.
look, 3 hours ago, Austin Ward. 1 hour ago, Jeremy Birmingham. That's weird.
They're still there.
I bet the message board just talks a lot of trash on them and then they get banned.
You gonna go find out?
I can't get on there. I'm not a paid subscriber.
What if become a paid subscriber? Your username could be D's Bucknuts.
Nice, Nick.
And then you can go check it out.
D's Bucknuts.
Get it, John?
Yes.
Okay.
We were having a off-air conversation with a colleague recently where we were discussing. We had a conversation a few weeks ago. I think it was in the crossover where we were like, okay, rank the 5 athletic directors since.
Yes.
Since
was that Dumb Debates?
Yeah,
it was since it was in the crossover,
Tom,
right?
Thought. Yeah.
Wasn't it Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It was a crossover.
And it kind of led us into a conversation about Troy Dannon and the current health of the Nebraska athletic department. And when you think about it, sure, there was a big coaching change recently, but it was more a passing of the torch than it was what some people would consider a dramatic coaching change, because it was something that John Cook and Danny Busboom Kelly had been working on for months. It was just the timing of it, came about when it did. So it wasn't, even though it was surprising, it wasn't one of the, Nebraska didn't go on a massive coaching search. Troy Dannon basically just had to sign off.
Wasn't it within 20 minutes? They announced the retirement, and then 20 minutes later, we learned about the coach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But outside of that, if you look at the current coaching lineup, Matt Rule, no hot seat. Fred Hoiberg, no hot seat. Will Bolt just recently signed a contract extension, despite, this team not excelling at the moment.
But they did beat Kansas last night.
Not on a hot seat.
No.
Amy Williams, no problems.
And now he has a brand new volleyball coach.
The stability that there appears to be in the moment in what we would classify as the big money sports. But when you think about it, it's not like there's been, outside of volleyball, a high level of success. There's stability amid little success.
Yeah, it's a lot of ups and downs with those sports, right? Men's basketball, I would say usually down, but finally a couple of ups. Let's see what happens. Women's basketball, a regular participant in the NCAA tournament. Baseball, very up and down. One year they're winning the Big Ten conference tournament. The next year they're, what they are. And it seems like they're kind of yo-yoing around right now. Volleyball, again, you already mentioned.
We all know about football.
And then football, yeah, the worst decade since the 50s is what they're currently living in right now, though maybe some blue skies ahead for the program. Yet it's very interesting that you look at it across the board where it seems like there is stability in the midst of some so-so type production.
And that's not, and I don't know if it's necessarily because the standards have been lowered. I mean, does it feel like the standard has been lowered
in regards to
in regards to, because maybe at some other places with some of the results that have been there would be less stability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it helps for men's basketball stability that it's Nebraska men's basketball. The least successful, least accomplished men's basketball program in any power league that we have. Baseball, like. Inconsistent, yes, but solid highs. Not the highest of highs. They're not reaching College World Series. They haven't even made a super in many, many years. But they're still competing at.
But you would say that they're excelling at at a Big Ten level.
Mm-hmm.
Big Ten teams outside of Michigan making that one run don't make the College World Series, but they're excelling enough at a Big Ten level.
Yeah. I'd say women's basketball kind of on that, they're excelling. They're making the tournament.
Sure.
They're not having deep runs.
They're about as steady outside of volleyball, of course. And again, we kind of slide volleyball off the table because they're in a different plane. But women's basketball probably is the steadiest ship of all of them.
They've made the tournament the last 2 years before that. And then they missed it in 23, but they made it in 22. They missed it in 21. There wasn't one in 20. They missed it in 19, but they made it in 18.
Right. So they've been in like 60% of the last, handful.
They made 4 tournaments since 2018. 4 tournaments since 2018.
Right. So they've obviously been the most stable. In the years they didn't make the tournament, they were pretty close.
Yeah.
But it is kind of fascinating, and I don't know. I really don't know what to attribute it to, other than maybe some of it is timing. I mean, Rule is still relatively new. Hoiberg was certainly given a lot longer rope even after a horrendous start, but then righted the ship enough to get a contract extension. And like we said, Will Bolt just got a contract extension after this season they had a year ago. And so I think some
First
of it,
dog pile in years.
Yeah, some of it's just kind of based in the timing right now of everything. But things are pretty stable, even though, save for, a Big Ten dog pile in Omaha, there hasn't been, real championships.
Yeah. And so what is this?
That have either been won or threatened.
And so maybe the question is, okay, so how does this tie into Dannon? What I think is interesting, and I know we've discussed this before, is that for the first time in our lifetime, well, I guess let's just say in the post-Burn era, an athletic director was not brought in to fire the football coach. I think that Steve Peterson was brought in to make a decision on football. Tom Osborne obviously was brought in to make a decision on football and to fire Callahan pretty fast. Eichhorst, he was going to have to deal with the Bo Pelini stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Moose, he was brought in to do 2 things: fire Mike Riley and hire Scott Frost. And I think Trev then was brought in to maybe not fire Frost, but deal with the situation and try to guide the program into the best possible spot. That is not Dannon. Dannon was not brought in to fire Matt Rule. Dannon. I don't even think he was brought in to help guide or shepherd him. No, he just brought in to oversee the operation. The Dannon agenda, if you will, the Dannon initiative it's all of the biggest picture stuff in college sports and in the program. Big picture, of course, college sports, name, image, likeness, settlement, rev share, all that type of stuff. And then big picture Nebraska is, what are you doing with football stadium? The guy seems to be doing and getting things done in regards to alcohol coming to Memorial Stadium, a topic that for years was the hardest thing. And now like that, he came in. Didn't he get the baseball stuff figured out? Was he wasn't the AD that got basketball booze, but he got the baseball stadium after that had been in a weird spot for a couple of seasons. He got that figured out. He, whatever they're going to do with the stadium, he's going to get that figured out. It is pretty interesting that he is overseeing an operation that at this moment in time, it seems like things are in a steady spot. Now all it takes is one bad year by football, another bad year by basketball, and suddenly he's going to have to make tough decisions. But for the time being, yeah, I think that the colleague who mentioned this off the air was like, wow, I hadn't thought about it, but it is fairly stable right now. And we haven't been able to say that a whole lot in recent years.
No, we have not. We have not. Well, coming up, a pretty big quandary. Some little NFL offseason talk featuring Purdy Brock.
Nice.
And also still to come,
football.
Interesting analysis by a professor in Indiana about if college basketball teams were franchises, what would their value be?
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Basketball.
And dumb debate.
Dumb debates, Nick.
Yay.
There we go.
1620 The Zone. The Frisco Niners have a decision to make. It doesn't have to happen right away, but many people believe it may need to happen, or else they could run into a situation similar to what the Cowboys had with Dak Prescott, where you franchise tag him and then you're paying him a lot, and then you're kind of stuck with him. Well, there was a good breakdown today on SI.com where they spoke with insiders inside the league, duh. And league sources, a general manager,
league insiders,
3 high-ranking personnel men, 2 defensive coordinators, and an offensive assistant. All of them who have faced and planned for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, the GM and the offensive assistant were both from the NFC, and then it did not mention where the 3 personnel men were or the 2 defensive coordinators were, other than, like you said, that they have gone against.
So you're talking about 7 different people high up in the ranks of NFC franchises who have all faced Brock Purdy. Only one of the 7 said that they would extend Brock Purdy's contract.
Isn't that fascinating?
Says one longtime defensive coordinator, I like the guy, better athlete than you would think. As long as he gets the ball out on time, he's good. Once it's not clean, it becomes average.
Yeah, the 2024 season, in a way, it turned into a bit of a on-the-job training for what happens when you don't have a Death Star of offensive talent around you.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, 2023 when he comes in, or 2022, excuse me, when he comes in, and then 2023, what has he got around him? I mean, you start with Christian McCaffrey, of course, who is on the roster. You look at the wide receiver room where you have a Deebo Samuel, you have a Brandon Ayuk, you have a Kittle. You have an offensive line that at various points was healthy and they looked great, but then was banged up in the 2023 season, and they took a bit of a step back, but then everybody comes back, including Trent Williams, and the offense explodes. And so the debate was that that entire year and a half, it was, how much of this is him? How much of this is the offensive system? Well, 2024, again, was a great learning experience because they were banged up all season long, and we saw what happened. There was the stat in there about all of these numbers dropping. His yards per attempt was down. His interceptions were up. His touchdowns were down. And it's like, okay, well, if you were in the boat that Brock was, a product of his system more than a product of himself, I think you have some pretty solid ammo after what happened last year.
According to one high-ranking NFC personnel man, I'd play it out as long as possible without paying him. I'd use tags, etc. I think paying him $50 million plus, talking annually, is very risky. And of course, the 49ers have been an old team. They have shed some folks.
Yep.
But when you look at the core of some of these guys that are going to be around him, they're all in their 30s, including Kittle and McCaffrey, or McCaffrey soon will be in his 30s. And so the question is, what is he going to be like when he doesn't have all this talent around him? According to an NFC offensive assistant, beyond the 5 or 6 quarterbacks that don't need people around them, he's in that group of guys that do need good players around him, but can play at a high level. Another personnel executive said if they think he's the guy, they've probably got to pay him in the $50 million plus range. If not, how and who they will get to be a better fit. Maybe they do a bridge like Green Bay with their guy, but his agents probably will not do that. It's a tough deal.
Well, along those lines, I wanted to read this text from David. He says, so do these anonymous sources live in a league overflowing with great QBs? And that's why, that text and what you just read, I think you do pay him. I think if I were the 49ers, I actually would want to pay him. I also am very much a believer in the cap's going to climb anyway. $50 million today ain't $50 million tomorrow. And that, not to make it about the Cowboys, but one of the frustrating parts about how they have operated is they wait. And then the guy has them over the barrel. And it's like, what are you doing? If you would have just done this a year ago, we wouldn't be having to have this conversation. And you would have got him for so much cheaper. And so I still think he is solid enough. And I guess ultimately, I think he performed well enough last year with a crappy situation that I would feel comfortable with giving him money. He wasn't like he was in 22 or 23. That is not arguable, but he was not awful. And I mean, that's a low bar, but he was not awful. He was way better than Jimmy G was in some of those weird situations.
The 50 million bar is interesting because you've got a handful of quarterbacks who exceed that number. Trevor Lawrence, Tua, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, those 5 players have
No
a combined
success.
4 playoff wins across 25 seasons, 0 conference title games. Purdy's got as many postseason victories, and he's got a Super Bowl appearance, and he has finished in the top 5 of the MVP.
Yeah, he went 2-1 his first playoffs, 2-1 his next playoffs, and both of those he got to the NFC Championship game.
And so the idea of Purdy signing for, quote, only $50 million a year would actually be stunning because of the accomplishments, and the inflation said he should be at least in the $55 to $60 million a year range.
See, and that's why if you can get him for 50, and I agree with KD, who is a Niners fan, and David, by the way, who texted in, also a Niners fan. KD says, as a 49ers fan, I do think you have to sign him. It can't be Dak money, but the $50 million number is about right. And I think so too.
But
his agent's not going to want $50
His
million.
agents are going to say, wait a minute, we're worth more than that.
Yeah.
Now, here's, you brought up how the cap is moved. And right now, forget about raw dollars, forget about the cap, or think about the cap
percentage.
So Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray signed big deals in 2022. Back then, it was around $45, $46 million a year. That was 22% of the cap of that year.
Yes.
22%. Justin Herbert signed for $52 million. That cap hit was 23%.
Okay.
Lawrence, Love, and Prescott combined for a roughly a $57 million average. Their cap hit was 22%. So you're looking 22, 23%.
And real quick, what were the Kyler Murray? What was the Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson? Do you have the AAV on that? Was it 40?
46.
46. Okay, so think about that. They're 46. 2 years later, Dak and Trevor and Love are getting
$10 million more.
And it's the same percentage.
It's the same percentage. So if Purdy signed this offseason and were to stay between the 22 to 23%, so again, you're thinking about the cap percentage.
Yeah.
His contract would be between 60 and 64 million.
See, and that's what his agent's going to ask for. He's not going to ask for a raw number. He's going to ask for a percentage because that's what the quarterbacks are getting. And so that's where the back and forth, the tit for tat with the 49ers and the Purdy side is what will they be comfortable with? Because I have to imagine they'd be very comfortable with 50. I think they'd probably be even comfortable with 55. But when you start getting into the 60 to 65 range, I mean, now I don't think he is that. I don't think he is an elite quarterback. But again, there is the part of me that says, it's the cost of doing business now. I would rather have a quarterback that I trust to some degree than one I don't. The devil you know versus the devil you don't.
But here's one thing that the 49ers have in their advantage that some of these other teams who signed those other quarterbacks don't, and that is there is not another quarterback in the near future who is going to be a market resetter. Because you had new deals for Josh Allen, you had new deals for Joe Burrow, you had new deals for Mahomes. And so that kind of reset the market. And then these other aforementioned quarterbacks like Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. Purdy is kind of the new reset.
Yeah.
And now the 49ers have that ability. They could wait it out. They could franchise tag him, as the Cowboys did with Dak Prescott. But the difference is Prescott had other quarterbacks who were signing bigger contracts, and it basically forced Jerry's hand that he had to go out and pay a bigger figure. But the 49ers don't necessarily have that working against them. So they could afford to bide their time, see how Purdy does, franchise him for a couple of years, see how Purdy does with quote-unquote lesser talent or newer talent around him to find out, all right, are you really worth a 22, 23% cap?
Well, and the only issue with that, though, if you do franchise them, that's what happened with the Cowboys and they got in trouble. That's what happened with Washington with Kirk Cousins, is you keep pushing it back. And A, the cap hit's going to be high on those guys. And then B, you get to a point where you might frustrate them a little bit and they leave and you lose like all of the rights. You don't get anything back for it. And suddenly you're starting from square one again. But then, I mean, ultimately the question is, how much do they believe in him?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know the answer to that. By the way, you're right about Mahomes. Remember, he signed that crazy deal ahead of 2020, which was a 10-year, $450 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, this year, his base salary is only 1.2. His cap hit is only 28. But in 26, it's going to jump up to $78 million. It'll be 74 in 2027. So we're also getting close to the restructuring of the Mahomes contract. And so that will be very interesting to see, what he's looking for, what his agent's looking for, and what the Chiefs are going to try to do is, at some point soon, Kelsey is going to retire. And so they're going to continue to rework that franchise and that side of the ball.
If college basketball teams were professional franchises, what would they be worth? A college professor has done his own study, and we'll have some of the results, and some of the rankings might surprise you.
Okay.
That, dumb debates, content, dinner, and weird toothpaste. All coming up right here, 1620 The Zone.
It's a cold weather sport, John.
It is. Like
football is a cold weather sport.
Football's an all weather sport. 100 degrees, 2 degrees.
We're
talking ball.
You know where it's warm? In which sports? Baseball and Formula One.
Baseball ends in a chilly time.
But it's mostly warm.
It is mostly warm.
You know what season is not ever played in the mostly warm? College basketball. But that's what we're talking right now, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's true.
Calm down.
So a college professor at Indiana University, Columbus, professor of finance, has done the exercise. What would college basketball teams' value be worth if they were bought and sold like a pro sports team? And he studied revenues, cash flows, made financial projections about a team's sustainability, and basically just tried to estimate what the value would be. We get this all the time with the Forbes when they estimate the value of pro sports franchises.
Congrats
This
to the Cowboys.
is the same basic exercise.
Yes.
And just reading from the article, this was actually published in the Wall Street Journal. Brewer, the name of the professor is Ryan Brewer, said he's curious to see how college basketball's new financial paradigm affects the sport. While players are currently able to earn money from sponsors and boosters, schools may be able to pay athletes directly starting next season. At power conference schools, a widespread expectation is that most of the money will go towards football, and how much a school commits to its basketball program could swing its value. That's why he could also see Big East schools such as St. John's gaining value because they don't have big-time football to spend on. But with that in mind, here are some of the finances for those of you watching in on the stream. We have a ranking of the top 10 and then some area teams of note.
By the way, real quick, you didn't mention St. John's. Do you remember where they were? They're not on this graphic, rather. Do you remember where St. John's was?
Let's see.
I'm very interested to know.
I'll see if I can.
You don't get paywalled.
I'll see if I can.
Oh, got paywalled.
I did.
Bummer.
Rip.
Man, I didn't get paywalled for the longest time.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not a big deal. I think if I were to ask the audience, you can play this game in your car. Who do you think is number one in college basketball? Say your team out loud in your car.
Yeah.
I'm guessing a lot of people right now, would have guessed North Carolina.
Sure.
And that's number one. I don't think that is shocking. Duke, number two. I don't think that is really that shocking. 3 stuns me. 4 stuns me. That Kansas is not in the top 10 stuns me. And I think I'm very much surprised about a lot of the teams and the orders in which they are, because it's not just Big Ten or SEC. I don't even know how to describe some of this. It's kind of a bit of a hodgepodge where some of these schools are.
And also there's quite the gap as well. North Carolina is valued number one at $378 million.
That makes sense, right? Huge arena,
Sure.
massive fan base, popular brand, all of those things.
Duke number 2, $370 million.
Not a big arena, but they're one of the most popular, if not the most popular, divisive teams in the sport.
As you said, Indiana's number 3, but look at the drop.
Yeah, huge drop.
Because it's really North Carolina and Duke are kind of like the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Yep. And then it's a massive drop.
And then it's a pretty sizable drop, $100 million drop to Indiana and Ohio State. I thought it was surprising that Louisville was 5th while Kentucky was 9th.
Yeah, and the Arizona is 6th. What am I missing with Kentucky? Huge arena, massive fan base,
Now,
SEC money.
Louisville's the same.
Yeah, but they're in the ACC. Like, is Louisville that massive of a if those because here's how you have
their
to view
building's
this.
big.
Here's how I know that, but if you view it this way, if these institutions, if these basketball programs were suddenly up for sale, there is no way that Louisville you'd have to pay more to get that than Kentucky. I don't buy that. I don't buy that Louisville would cost more than Kentucky.
I was also surprised Syracuse.
Yes.
Still very high.
Yeah.
Illinois 8, Kentucky 9, Arkansas ahead of Kansas.
Kansas number 11. See, and the conversation, I guess, gets interesting to me because Big 12 or Big 10 SEC, shouldn't that be propping schools up? So I get that a Big 12 school maybe would be 11, but I don't understand why Kansas is behind. I guess I'm confused, John, how so many ACC schools can be that high. And Arizona, also a Big 12 school, can be valued more than Kansas.
Now, do remember, if you go back to when we talked about what Blake Lawrence at Open Doors had estimated, what his industry has been told is the rev share money. Remember, the top 3 conferences were the Big East, the ACC, and the Big 12.
So then why is Kansas 11 and Arizona is 6, even though they're in the same league? That's confusing.
I don't know.
Again, Brent, if they were on sale tomorrow and you could buy Kansas basketball or Arizona basketball, I just don't believe that Kansas would be valued less and by $60 million, no less.
Now, as far as teams of area note, Creighton came in at number 32 at $121 million.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska came in at 47th at $92 million, right behind Iowa.
Who was at 93?
The other one that is still puzzling to me, and I get into arguments about this occasionally with folks, is Georgetown.
Yeah.
Georgetown is 19th at 152. I get it. It's still a name, but
man, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time, and there is no fan support.
Yeah, because I mean, I would say of the teams on this graphic, how many teams do we have listed here, John? 20. Yeah, most of them have incredible fan support.
Yes.
Georgetown does not. Iowa does not. Pretty much everybody else does. I guess maybe Villanova, just given that they're in a pro sports market and it can be tough sometimes.
They get, now they play in an on-campus arena that seats about 4,500, but when they play at the pro arena, it's usually about 10 to 12,000.
Yeah. But like everywhere else, they're going to fill it up for the most part. But yeah, Georgetown, their prime is well past.
I suppose that they're in a pro sports market like Washington, D.C. maybe inflates their value, I guess.
Yeah. In a way, though, I would view that as a negative because they're competing with so many other things.
Yeah.
How far down, you do the old exercise of like the sports page, like number 1 in Washington, D.C. It's going to be the Commanders all the time, right? And then it's like, all right, what's number 2? What's number 3? Like, how far down do you have to go to get to Georgetown?
Mm-hmm.
You got to go away.
What do you think of Iowa State being 28th at 130 million and Iowa being 45th at 93 million?
Pretty interesting. I mean, Iowa State, more success historically, right?
More success recently, yes.
Certainly more fan support. A lot more fan support. They actually fill up their arena.
Yeah.
I think they're a better brand. I think they're a better basketball brand than Iowa is.
But if we were doing this for football, it would be
be
completely different.
Yeah, it'd be the exact opposite. Exact opposite. Sam tweets in, I think 20 to 30 for Creighton is about right, but Minnesota being there makes me think there's a methodology error. Growing up in Minnesota, it's impossible to state how irrelevant they are. Their attendance has collapsed. And they're not on this graphic, but that was the range that they were in. And see, not to keep repeating myself, but the Big Ten money and what that means for value and valuation versus not having it, it's definitely going to play a part.
Right, but they have Big Ten money, but how much of that money
matter.
is going to the football team?
Exactly.
If you want to check it out, if you have a subscription, it's on WallStreetJournal.com.
Excellent.
It's got the full list.
So did they rank all 300?
Yeah, I think it's all.
Do you remember what the dollar figure was for the last place?
I don't.
I'd be very interested.
I didn't look that far.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't. I was more interested in just the top end and where the local teams sat. Dumb Debates is coming up next, and a dumb debate that we had last couple of years came back up again on Twitter.
Is a fullback a running back? Hamburger steak.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Is it one of those?
Nope.
Okay.
It's not one of those, but it does involve you and you being very sure of yourself.
Yours.
Oh, the snow is done.
No, not that.
I like how you guys can't even get mad about me saying that now because it's April 9th and 70 degrees.
Well, but you already lied. You already caused the snow to happen.
Yeah, the
so
snow
it
snowed.
Frozen water.
If it doesn't stick, it didn't snow.
You're wearing a Royals
so
hat,
dumb.
Nick. You're a Rockies fan, I thought.
I am.
That's worse than me saying the snow is done when we had frozen water.
I got both of these at Kaufman.
Wow. Unreal.
T-shirt was free. I'm going to take a free T-shirt.
If that wasn't a dumb enough conversation, stay tuned for what's next.
Polygamy Nick.
On 1620 The Zone. This is something that is not dumb, my friends, and that is being an organ and tissue donor. I have it on my license and have had it there since day one. Check that box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license. Be an organ and tissue donor because anyone can do it. It doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter your health condition. And traditional funeral practices can be followed still after a donation. Also, it won't cost you or your family anything after you're gone. And think about the impact that you could have because one healthy donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation like kidneys and lungs, heart, etc. Or tissue donation such as bone and skin grafts to help those who have been in traumatic accidents or cancer patients. How about corneas to give back the gift of sight or donated tendons to help heal up from sports injuries? Find out more by visiting goodguysavelives.com. And the next time you renew that driving, hunting, or fishing license, be a good guy and check that donor registration box. It's so easy and it's so selfless. Goodguysavelives.com.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee debates.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. In a song taken from the Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Dumb Debates, the Wednesday gimmick, where we tackle your debates, the ones that you send to us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag Dumb Debates. You can also email us your dumb debates. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Just like last week when we had the debate over time that happened at our dinner table. Dumb debates happen all the time. And if you run into one, or if one runs into you, jot down in your memory,
please,
or pull out your smartphone and quick shoot us off an email or a text,
a tweet,
or preferably not a text.
If you have my phone number, shout out to you.
But send it to us. Use the hashtag Dumb Debate so that we can tackle the issue.
Yeah.
Now, I told you that in the tease, there was a dumb debate from years gone by.
Yes.
That has resurfaced as a meme on Twitter.
Oh, it's about hamburger steaks,
and
isn't it?
And it's kind of locally based. One of the Creighton burner accounts, Karen McGee.
Can you imagine saying that sentence, John, when you were like getting into
Hell
broadcasting?
No.
Someday I'll say one of the burner accounts.
One of the burner
It's
accounts.
like giving a Victorian child
Karen
a
McGee,
flaming
who
hot
I am
Cheeto.
told is not really a Karen or a McGee.
No. He's like a 22-year-old
recently tweeted about Buzz Williams. Buzz Williams is
the basketball coach.
New basketball coach in Maryland.
Yeah,
Buzz Williams has he sticks around for about 5 years.
Okay.
Spent 5 years at I think it was 5 years at Marquette.
Okay.
No, 6 years at Marquette, 5 years at Virginia Tech. He just finished his 6th year at A&M, and now he gone.
He gone.
Gone.
Karen tweeted, convinced Buzz Williams made a deal where he got to be a D1 basketball coach, but that one deadly snail was always chasing him, so he had to relocate every 5 years.
Excellent callback.
I love the snail.
To which it looks like a Husker burner account answered, it's 1,435 miles from College Station to College Park, Maryland. Snails move on average 0.03 miles per hour. Since it's a demonic snail, let's assume it's always on the move 24/7. That would take 47,833 hours or 1,993 days or 5.4 years.
And you guys thought I was an idiot for being okay with this.
Yes, because you have to relocate every 5 years.
That's right.
I move all the time, Nick. I just moved for the first time in 3 years, so I'll be just fine.
To a different state?
No, but I can. I can do the
That's
show.
that
I'll
exact
do the show on
distance?
StreamYard.
I still think you're wrong. I still think you would be so
You guys are
paranoid
such idiots.
that every snail that came about your
You always
path.
pick the wrong choice. You go with the murder monkey. You go with the death snail.
Yeah.
Oh no, the death snail. What was I going to get? Like $1 billion or something?
I don't.
$10 million bucks. I'll be fine.
The
All I gotta
rest
do
of
is
your life.
Fly on a plane. Nick, I would see the snail. I'll put a little GPS tracker on the snail.
I still think you're too confident that you
How
will
are
see
you?
the
Okay,
snail.
if you there's no way you can put a GPS tracker on a snail. You meet the snail kills you.
The second you touch the snail, you keel
gone.
over.
I won't have one of you do it. I'll have a friend who I actually trust and love put a GPS tracker on the snail for me. I'll be just fine.
Yeah, but what if the snail offers me $10 million to poke out your location?
Well, then that would be a crazy snail because it can talk. How many miles was that in that little tweet there that you were reading?
1,400 miles.
God, that's 5 years. Again, just fly overseas and I'm golden forever. I'm moving to New Zealand, boys.
What if they won't take you?
They would take me.
New Zealand has a pretty strict process.
Yeah.
Yes, but I will bring.
Yeah, this isn't like sneaking into America.
You're gonna bring bad takes. They don't
No.
want that.
I would bring a love of Lord of the Rings. So I got that going.
They
for
probably
me.
hate the damn thing. It's like these damn nerds were here all this time.
they
They
love
kept
Lord of the
calling.
Rings.
Of course they do.
kept calling our stuff Mount Doom. You had dildo Baggins out here. I mean, this is just sad.
Speaking of, no, just kidding. Pedro writes, "Hi guys, dumb debate question. Would you rather follow a 95-year-old driver for 200 miles and you cannot pass them, or have a tooth pulled without any painkillers?"
Oh, speaking of Lord of the Rings, you shall not pass.
You shall not pass. Excellent.
So you're
reference,
following an old who's,
Are they going the speed limit? Like they have to be going exactly the speed limit, right?
Hell, it might be. I mean, Nick, 95
I mean,
years old. Oh,
there
baby.
is a minimum speed limit on the interstate.
What happens when you have to pull over for gas?
You don't need gas every 200 miles.
I do.
Wow, Nick.
What?
Gas guzzler Nick.
Your truck can't get 200 miles?
Barely. It can
What?
barely get 200.
Are you sure there ain't a hole in the gas tank?
I hope
Yeah,
not.
dude, seriously. How big is your tank?
14 gallons.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it's bad mileage.
Wow.
Nick, what are you doing to our environment? Destroying it. That's like in the teens.
It's about the same mileage that my old car would get, actually.
This is wild.
That is wild.
My car can go, if I'm just doing interstate driving, it can get 500 miles.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy, Nick. Anyway, I think the answer is the old. Like, that would suck. Those 200 miles would be miserable and horrible. Thank God I have my podcast. Getting your tooth pulled hurts.
Yes.
And that's when they numb it and you deal with the fallout of it.
This is no anesthesia.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
I can be patient.
Yeah, I'll be patient and instead of having to deal with the pain, because you'll be dealing with the pain a lot longer than it will take you to drive the 200 miles.
And the immediate pain, too. So you'd have the pain for a
it'd
while.
it'd be the sharpness that would last, and
Ouch.
then it's just the constant pain.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Dwayne says 200 miles behind an old man because I want all my teeth. That's the other part. Yeah, you're losing a tooth.
Yeah.
What if they're taking one at the front too?
Ray writes,
"Hello, Ray.
Which way do forks and knives go into the dishwasher? Up or down? If up, your hands touch the top when unloading."
Yeah, this is easy for me. It goes down, though there is a friend of mine who I house sit and they load it the other direction.
I load it up
Why?
because I believe they get cleaner. They're exposed to more water.
Fair.
So for me, knives are always down, and that's because this is a very on-brand answer for me.
Did you go?
I used to watch Supernatural a lot, the show Supernatural on the CW.
Sure.
And there was a scene where a guy died by falling backwards, and a knife went right through him. And I know it's not in a dishwasher, but...
No, I was going to say, Nick, like if you flip the knife upside down, like, I mean, if you fell into that, I still think it would do a lot of damage. It still might go into you.
Probably won't.
You don't
I
think
don't
so?
know if it'll be the
It's
same
not like
way.
a butter knife is that sharp.
Again, I load it up, but
Your reason is for cleanliness.
now Ray says if
it's pokey pokey.
when you unload, then you're touching the top of the silverware. Not if you. I always take the tray out when I unload the dishwasher, and then there's a little flip handle that opens up like the protector, so you can reach in and grab the entire.
Yeah.
Instead of having to grab the top, and that's how I unload the dishwasher. So I never touch the top of the spoon or the fork or the knife when I'm unloading the
Catcher
dishwasher.
Funny says Lucky Rabbit's Foot episode of Supernatural.
That's exactly
Is
what it
that the
was.
one? Wow.
I put knives down, I put forks up, and I don't mind if I do end up touching the head of the fork because I'm not unloading the dishwasher with dirty ass hands.
Me too. I always wash my hands before I unload the dishwasher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely do it.
You don't take the tray out.
I don't need to.
I can, but I would say we really like our house, right? The dishwasher is the one thing that I wish was better because it's old.
If only
it has like one of those. It's like a kind of a square, and you can take it out, but it can't like unfurl like you're describing.
Okay.
Yeah. I've always been a upside down in though, just for the sake of not getting stabbed.
Also, if the forks are upside down, it gets annoying because the tines can go like kind of
they get stuck.
Yeah, stuck in the little grate thing.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's see. There was one on Twitter from Mark. If you had to live with your wife or husband having either terrible breath or terribly smelling feet 100% of the time, which would you choose? Bad breath, bad feet all the time.
Well, you can mask the feet smell by having them wear socks or shoes all the time.
Bingo.
Yeah, but not in bed. Going to bed, honey. Put on your shoes.
The feet are going to be so down.
They're down in the covers.
Yeah, it's like when you fart under the covers, you don't smell it unless you lift it up.
Yeah, but farts dissipate. The feet smell is going to be there forever. So if you like lift the blanket, it's going to waft up at you.
I'm okay with it. So you're taking bad breath?
Even though
you lay next to her face, Nick.
I know.
This is an easy one.
I mean,
but I'm also like sleeping, right?
But Nick's not worried about the bad breath because the rancid mouth that he had.
Nah, yeah, I don't have the rancid mouth anymore.
That's true. Rancid.
Well, you're used to it. You're now numb to it because you had it for so long without taking care of your teeth and your gums.
I think one of the things in the world I hate the most is foot smell. I hate.
I mean, it's a nasty smell. It is a nasty smell. One of the funniest stories growing up was
internet.
My dad would sit on the floor and kind of lean up against the couch. So he would use the couch as like his backrest, but he would sit on the floor and his socks just reeked.
Right.
Really?
And
my dad's too.
In a way, there's something nastier about smelly socks than there is about just the smelly feet.
But our cat was walking through the living room and did like a breeze by around his feet.
Mm-hmm.
And we swear that when the cat passed his feet, he kind of staggered a bit as if, he had been hit by noxious fumes. And it's one of the funnier stories we ever used to tell.
That's awesome.
Feet.
By the way, back to Nick's vehicle. So are you taking breath?
I think I'm taking breath.
Nick, you lay next to her face.
Yeah.
And you talk to her close probably sometimes when you're being lovey-dovey.
Yeah.
And you want that nasty-ass breath?
I could deal with that.
No.
Nick, this is a wild opinion. You barely have to deal with the dirty.
Yeah, and keep in mind when you're out in public,
John.
let's say you're out in public and you're sitting across from each other at dinner, and that nasty crap is coming right at your face while you're trying to eat. And then other people around are like, oh my God, what is that?
Wait a second, John.
How often? So you're talking to somebody and say they have coffee breath. Coffee breath is pretty gross.
Sure.
But you're not going to smell it if you're sitting across the table from them. You're only going to smell the coffee breath when you get
I don't
close.
know.
Yeah, I was at a doctor one time, and he was across the room, and I was like, ooh, that's some coffee.
What kind of doctor?
I'm not going to say. What if he's listening right now?
I don't know.
I think we might be learning that Nick's a foot guy.
I'm not a foot guy.
Because why is he caring so much about how cleanly they are or how smelly they are or aren't? Foot guy. We be foot guy.
I just stop. I just hate the smell of feet.
Yeah.
I hate feet smell.
But you're okay with bad breath. Have you ever smelled like truly bad breath? Like
I guess not.
Rancid garbage.
I mean, it's bad.
When I had acne and I was on Accutane in high school, one of the side effects was bad breath. Nick, bad times. Horrible times. Embarrassing times. And that's what you're wishing upon your girlfriend. Rude. Horrible, rude.
Yeah.
Either way, we're wishing horrible things upon our partners.
Stinky feet or stinky feet. Who cares? I can deal with that. I want to go back to Nick's vehicle. Steve says, what is Nick driving? A Sherman tank? I'm driving a Dodge Ram, which is pretty far from the most fuel-efficient vehicle on the road, and I can definitely get more than 200 miles on a tank of gas. Yeah, this is...
I get better interstate than
yes, of course.
This town.
Yeah.
In town, I can get like 210, 215.
But earlier you said you can't even get 200.
Well, it depends on traffic and stuff. I don't remember the last time. It's really expensive to fill up a tank.
Sure. So you just never fill it up.
I fill it up sometimes, and I always reset the odometer.
How many miles away is your hometown?
However far an hour.
How many hours?
Away is. It's an hour and a half.
Okay, it's probably.
But it's half
miles.
Interstate. It's like 40 miles interstate, and then 40 miles back roads.
Okay. I wanted to read this one from Old Man Doug because his was the one that says, "I'm sure you won't use it because it's not a stupid question." I think I've triggered Doug with it.
I think old man Doug prefaces every email he sends with, "I'm sure you won't read this."
Yeah. I mean, because he just always asks sports questions. And this is another one. But I'm going to read it because he said we wouldn't. Doug, I hope you're listening.
Well, now you realize he's going to use that against us. Well, probably. You're not going to watch Beastmaster.
We will not watch Beastmaster. He is right on that. Doug, we will not watch that. For pure Husker fans, what is the better accomplishment? Winning the Pinstripe Bowl or winning the crown? I'm sure you won't use it because it's not a stupid question. John, what made pure Husker fans happier? Winning the crown or winning the football bowl game?
Well, it's always the answer is always going to be football
because we like football more around here.
Well,
right?
the state likes football more. Yes, Husker fan likes football more. The answer is always football.
Yeah, I think it's football. For pure Husker fans, yeah, it's probably football. Though the crown, the one positive about the crown, if you really want to be serious, is you got 4 wins in a row. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, but basketball is different than football.
Got to lift a trophy.
Football's different than basketball.
Yeah, it's probably football.
I mean,
great answer. Good job, everybody.
It's
Nick, what do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, great answer from Nick. He's just thinking about that truck.
Simba, this was something I saw online. It wasn't actually directed to us.
Does Simba say rar, rar, rar?
But which breaking news notification would you believe first?
Ooh.
An alien spaceship has begun orbiting the Earth near the moon. So it's been picked up by the Hubble. We can see it.
Wow.
An alien spaceship has
James Webb
begun
first.
to orbit the Earth.
Okay.
Or a time traveler arrived on campus, went and picked up Abe Lincoln to vouch for him. Which breaking news notification would you believe first?
All right, I just want to unpack the latter one just for a moment. Proving time travel. How would someone prove time travel? Because you could say this is Abraham Lincoln.
But no
Are
one's
you sure
ever...
it's not just a guy dressed up as Abraham Lincoln?
Right.
You know? Not to be a jerk, but I mean, it would take a lot. It would take a lot.
Or is it Daniel Day-Lewis?
Exactly. Proving time travel. I mean, that's another follow-up. Could be like, is that the most difficult thing to prove? I don't know how you would prove time travel.
I think it was Stephen Hawking who did a thing once where he threw a party, but he sent out an invitation or whatever years ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
But then he threw the party way before that. And it's if time travel is real in the future, then somebody would have showed up to this.
Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, the answer for me is the first one, mainly because, I mean, I do believe in aliens, so.
Yeah, but you don't believe in the moon landing.
Yes, I do, John. I just also like trolling you sometimes.
You're not trolling me. I think you really believe it. I think you've worked yourself into a shoot.
No,
just like you have with the whole, Kennedy assassination guy got killed by the drunk motorcycle cop.
Hungover, Secret Service agent.
Super drunk motorcycle cop.
I definitely.
But couldn't you say that? Oh, the NASA is faking this. It's done in a Hollywood studio. There's no. You can't
John,
prove that.
there's going to be a billion dumbasses in the world who are going to say that.
Sure.
Just like there's a billion dumbasses in the world right now that walk among us that say the moon landing was fake or the moon's a projection.
That theory is awesome.
I hate those people so
I love
much.
the moon land or the moon is a projection people.
I mean the answer is the alien.
Is the alien.
Aliens for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Just very difficult to imagine. Again, proving. I mean, that's a great point, Nick. Stephen Hawking. So he sent an invite.
Yeah, he sent an invite or he announced some party.
But it was like a scheduled announcement.
But but he had the party before he even said anything about before he put out the announcement.
I wonder how far in advance the invite went out.
Yeah.
Yeah, how far in advance would you have to go? Time travel is tricky. I don't think time travel could happen. I think it's too difficult.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I think people need to give up on time travel. I love time travel. I just don't think it can happen.
I think people need to give up.
What if it's
on the
an
Dallas
interstellar
Cowboys.
situation?
Wow. Yeah, now that's a great question. If you are getting close to a black hole and thus you are moving at the speed of light, is that time travel or are you just going really fast?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's one way someone could prove time travel.
How?
Traveling through time and coming and joining us here and saying, yes, I remember the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl.
I hate you, John.
And they brought Emmitt Smith, young Emmitt Smith, with them.
Okay, along those lines, I've thought about this before. You have someone, John, that comes to you and can tell you, A, how long you're going to live, and B, and this is, I want to focus more on the second part, not how long you're going to live. But they were like, I know if the Cubs have or haven't won another World Series in your lifetime while you are alive. Do you want to know the answer to that question?
No, I don't want to know the answer.
Me neither. If somebody came and was like, I'll tell you if the Cowboys have won or not. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Even though it'd be nice to get because if the answer is yes, it will warm my heart. Awesome. I will get to see it. But then it'd be like a spoiler alert.
What if they tell you when the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl, and then they tell you your time of death, and it is 2 minutes before or 2 minutes after that?
Okay. Well, hey, at least I got the happiness for 2 minutes. Do I have a heart attack from being so happy?
No, you die, and then 2 minutes later they win the Super Bowl.
Okay, that's maybe the worst thing that could ever happen to me. That sounds terrible.
That's the worst thing that could ever happen to Earth
in overtime,
because it means the Cowboys will have won.
And John will have to remember me the next day. Wow, that's a tough one.
The Cowboys win the Super Bowl in
overtime.
overtime.
But if it keeps me from avoiding having to talk about the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl, I suppose I would spend 4 hours memorializing you.
Yeah,
and that'd be more enjoyable than talking about the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Damn.
Jordan says, hasn't Jerry Jones already proved time traveling?
That's true. He did.
Yeah.
Time traveling Jarrett.
And he says Josh could have the time traveler take him back to Dallas for the assassination and prove himself right. I'll go back with a good iPhone camera.
Josh will go back and be the drunk motorcycle cop.
Oh, wow. What if that happened?
Maybe time
travel. What
travel.
if it's actually me?
No. What if... Okay.
Well, first I'd have to believe that you actually got on a motorcycle.
Yeah, that sounds scary. No thanks.
We might have had this dumb debate before, but say time travel is real, but you can only go backwards or forwards.
What would you want to do?
Yeah.
Something weird's going on.
Our internet's internet's wonky today.
Yeah.
It's falling apart. Because that's why I keep dropping out of the hoochamadan.
I'd probably want to go backwards. Going forward sounds scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think.
I definitely want to go backwards.
I'd want to
because I want to see it. I want to
see something that's in black and white, but in color.
Yes.
I want to go watch the 27 Yankees.
That'd be fun.
Mine is all goofy crap like that.
Mm-hmm.
Though it would be really interesting to go way back.
But the problem is, if you see the 27 Yankees, then a few years later you have to deal with the Great Depression.
Yeah, but I'm just watching the baseball.
Yeah.
That's all I want to go there for is baseball. But hey, Nick, if you go way back in time, the bad breath thing, it's not even a dumb debate. It's just what you got to deal with.
Good breath.
Well, the feet thing's not a dumb debate either.
Yeah, it's just so that's the part about going way back. It's just smelly.
It's so smelly.
Yeah.
Imagine being at Yankee Stadium in 1927.
There's no pollution in the 1800s, but it smells like garbage.
Before the Industrial Revolution.
All right. Yes. I was thinking of 1800.
Yeah, you want to go to the early 1800s.
You go back to when they finished.
So you don't just have to be in Boston to use those slurs.
Nice. When you finish signing the Declaration of Independence in August of 1776, and they're like, America is now founded. It's August 8th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll
record that video.
Let me spin it to a sports thing, and let's narrow the parameters. Let's say you can only go back or go forward like a couple of days.
Okay.
If you're a sports gambler, do you go back in time to bet on previous games, or do you go forward and bet on games that are to come?
Well, the better thing to do probably would be to go forward, because I am currently living in this timeline. So if I become a great bettor, it's just what happened. Like if you go back in time and do it, there's just always a worry of, hey, who's that guy? We don't have any of his information, Like if I bet now, I can bet legally. All it takes is just a couple of bets, even before the websites shut you down. You just got to hit on one nice parlay, and then you're set.
In this scenario, you can come back to your original time.
Yeah.
Dave says forget sports gambling, Powerball. Yeah,
well,
Powerball.
let's just narrow it to sports gambling for the sake of the argument.
Okay.
You go backwards 2 days. So you're going back 2 days, to bet on this Dodgers game.
Okay, so I'm still basically my same person.
Or do you go forward 2 days and bet on whoever the Dodgers are playing after that? My answer is you always go forward, and here's why. I'm always worried about the butterfly effect.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Just totally screwing something
up. Let's say
2 days ago,
Nick gets hit by the attack of bad breath.
Oh, no.
And somehow the bad breath starts a chain of events that leads the result of what the game would have been being changed because of Nick's bad breath, the butterfly effect.
Nick's bad breath changed everything.
Somehow the Nick butterfly bad breath effect caused Shohei to strike out in the 9th instead of hit a walk-off single.
Oh, Schwalkoff?
A Schwalkoff single.
Nick time traveled to September of 2001, and that breath was very bad, and then really horrible things happened. Is it Nick's fault?
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it would depend on what the schedule is. Like, if the Dodgers lose to the Rockies 2 days from now, I'm going to bet on the Rockies. But if that happened before...
Well, no, the best thing to do would be to just find a parlay. Go to somewhere where you can put together as many teams as possible on a money line parlay and bet that, and then you're golden. All it takes is one bet. Don't get in trouble and do a bunch of cute stuff. Do one crazy parlay. Maybe put $10 on a bunch of dumb ones so you lose some money, but you win $1 billion.
Yeah, that's you gotta be smart about that. Otherwise, you're gonna get investigated.
One more along these lines, kind of. Peter says, if you could be a fly on the wall in any room, past, present, or future, which room would it be? Me, the room in which Dana Altman told Arkansas he changed his mind about the coaching job. So he's going very sportsy. Is there like a serious one, though, that you would want to go see?
So you're a fly on the wall?
And they're making a decision inside of that room. A big, big decision. And you get to see it happen. But you're just a fly on the wall. And hopefully there's no fly swatters around. I'm going something big, historical.
Man, I'd have to think. I had to think about that for a while because there's so many, monumental decisions, debates that have. And it would probably be something that we don't totally know the answer to. Right? So that we would have an answer, like a great mystery.
Sure. So what's a great mystery?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
See, like a sports one that came to mind first and foremost was Nebraska deciding to go to the Big Ten and like what that decision was like. Yeah.
Because
how much of it was tech.
You don't want to be in the book repository?
But you see, I want to be in something where where people still argue over whether or not, like, we'll say, like the Kennedy assassination. Now, that wasn't obviously a meeting.
Sure.
Well,
if it was the last meeting he ever had.
I mean, things did meet each other.
Oh, yeah.
Bullets and heads.
Tony says the death of Mr. H.
That did pop into my brain. That could be interesting.
Something else popped into his brain. Maybe. See, that's the thing, Nick. Maybe you could find out that it didn't happen.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He went to Brazil.
So things that people think may or may not have happened. Something like that. But I have to think about, some of those mysteries.
Yeah.
And it could be like going way back in time and seeing how it really was, in the biblical times.
I was going to say, building of the pyramids.
Sure.
I mean, that stuff is pretty fascinating, that they got the angles right. All that type of stuff is wild.
It is one of my favorite parts about the Bible because that's one of the oldest historical records we have. Is there are stories in there that can correlate with actual things that happened. Granted, things didn't happen one-to-one that happened in the Bible.
Wow,
but
look at Nick celebrating God and ripping on him at the same time.
Well, like an example is the Great Flood, right?
Sure. You talking about Noah's Ark?
Yes. There's historical proof that they found out that when the Great Flood would have happened is the same time as when the Mediterranean Sea filled up with more water.
So you want to go see what happened?
Yeah.
That's a good one. Nick, that's a great one. Noah's Ark's fascinating.
Just to draw the line between what the Bible said and then what history has found.
What if you learn? What if atheist Nick, who's a fly, goes and sees that there is an ark?
An atheist fly?
No. Well, are you still then an atheist? You come back like, oh my gosh, there was an ark. Right, coming back, spreading the good news.
That means Nick becomes like a gemstone or something.
Oh, wow, with a gold Bible. Oh, spoiler alert, Nick, there's a gold Bible in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Nick will start his own little ministry, but then will people believe him? It goes back to the time traveling guy.
And then I'll bring in Abraham Lincoln and be like, look, it's Abe Lincoln.
Wow.
Can you imagine Nick is like a televangelist who's trying to convince everyone, no, I actually have seen it. I've seen it. No, it actually is true. And people are like, no, you didn't see it.
Stibbs, what kind of dork could be a fly on the wall and pick the room where Dana Altman changes his mind? Of all rooms.
I mean, the thought did cross my mind.
Yeah.
Of so many different places I could be. I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall when Steve Peterson slid the pink slip under Frank's door. Just be in those halls.
Sam writes, in 1939, apparently Churchill was asking the French generals when the reserves are coming back to reinforce Paris, and they told him there are no more reserves. And Churchill said it was the most shocking moment of his life.
Whoa.
So I think he's picking that one.
Imagine seeing shocked Winston Churchill.
And then he also had
Yeah,
sports.
but why are you really shocked that the French were going to basically
come on,
quit?
John.
Come on.
That's when the bit began, though. Sam says sports, it'd be interesting to be in the room with Luka when he found out he got traded. Yeah, in terms of recent shocking
That'd be
things,
wild.
That would have been very, like, wait a second. No way. This is a joke, right? This is a joke.
Nick now is the next David Koresh.
Do you know who David Koresh is, Nick?
No.
Oh, man. You definitely don't want to be that guy.
Oh, no.
You don't want to be that guy.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I do.
There you go. Dumb debates.
That's how it's done, folks.
That's how it's done. 1620 the zone. Hey, another reminder, we got the zone deal at 1620thezone.com. It's for Backlot Tap House for Omaha's best Detroit-style pizza, 30 beers on tap. Great place to go with family or friends for some pizza and some beer. $50 worth of gift certificates for only $25. They go on sale this Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com. And listen all week with Gary and Matt for your chance to win
Backlot.
those backlot tap house certificates.
Some responses to our discussion.
All right.
First of all, Steve says, Nick, as a televangelist, Jesus is good. Greg from Hastings says, fly on the wall in the Oval Office. If you know, you know.
Well, yeah.
Now, which one, though, are you
Just
choosing?
go on the internet. You can see that happen.
I mean, but Nick, JFK, Bill Clinton.
I don't think JFK was actually accused of doing anything in the Oval Office.
Really? It was just
Yeah.
Billy C?
Yeah.
Was there any other presidents that were accused of doing anything?
Not in the Oval
But also,
Office.
How
isn't
many
it-
presidents have made love in the Oval Office?
Isn't it interesting that
don't know.
John F. Kennedy and Bill Clinton both did things like that and they got vilified in the Oval Office, but then some other presidents have done even worse things, arguably, in the Oval Office also, and
Like
people
drop
are just
bombs on countries?
That's fine.
Hmm.
I mean, even similar things to what the other two did, maybe.
Maybe. How many men do we think any of the presidents have done that?
have no
Over
idea.
what'd you put the over under at? 2.5?
I think
too
I
low
can
of a
be
number?
honest. If I was the president,
I'd want to.
I absolutely would want to. On the Resolute desk, why not?
First night in. I feel
Bring
like
the
that has to be the best night of your life.
Bring the grill into the Oval Office, Josh.
Bring the grill in. Maybe that's what I would do. That has to be the best moment of your life.
I have no idea how to transition.
Okay,
after
I can't
that.
wait to see what you're going to say.
So I'll let Marcus Satterfield transition for us.
Sadie!
Marcus Satterfield, your tight end coach, and still your tight end coach, by the way. Your $1 million a year tight end coach spoke yesterday about his demotion.
We preach every day there's going to be adversity. And if what happened to me is no different than a player getting benched or having to go from first team to second team. It's no difference. And I believe in this place. I believe in Nebraska. I believe in everything. When I came here, I still believe it. We got great things ahead of us, and I think we can do it, and I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to finish what we started. And I thought it'd be a great example for our guys just to see when you go through some hard stuff, like practice what you preach and just keep coming to work and keep giving it your best every single day.
You got to admire the guy.
Definitely.
Because that,
especially what he says at the end.
It's such an egocentric, industry. And he actually sounds a little more relaxed. Now, part of that could be spring football. There's no game to prepare for, but he sounds like he's perfectly good with this.
Yeah. Well, it's a great way to approach it. You're going to get punched. You're going to fall down. How do you get back up? How do you respond to it? I am stunned that he's still on the coaching staff. I never thought that he would be back.
What was that thing he said when he was asked
about the yards per play?
Yeah, the yards per play.
Yeah, it was a horrible answer. It was a really bad answer. And he's not at a great start, right? The offense has not been very good. The offense has been a huge weak point for Nebraska football in each of his first 2 years. It's a demotion. It's not a demotion in salary, but it is a demotion in terms of title. And he was also a coordinator in the years before that at South Carolina. But, practice what you preach, right? Like, they have to tell those guys, hey, you're starter, now you're not. He has to tell those players that. And for him to essentially get benched and to respond like that, pretty impressive. It really
I'm rooting
is.
for the guy. I like
Plus,
it.
I like the hoodie that he was wearing. I think that's a good hoodie.
I'm rooting for the guy, though.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't have the same sour attitude that other people did. Not that he was a great offensive coordinator, but I don't know. Unlike other coaches who have been dismissed from their duties, he didn't appear to have the ridiculous ego about him.
No.
That just made it easy to dislike them.
He just really struggled.
He seems like a good, decent guy, and I hope they do well with him. Now, is he still getting paid a lot of money? Oh yeah,
definitely.
Highest paid tight end coach in the country.
Shout out to him. Shout out to Nebraska. Look at that.
So I don't want to hear any more of this complaining about we never pay our assistants. We got the highest paid
money.
Tight end.
Chris should be
we
so.
got the highest paid tight ends coach in the country.
You should be very excited to have him here. Very excited.
But I think it also says something about the culture around the program that he can still be welcomed there even after being demoted. And certainly, as much as they say they don't, believe me, players are more in tune now with what people are saying around the program than they've ever been before.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it actually is misleading because they probably see a lot of social media stuff that is way out of proportion, just as we do.
Yeah.
But they are aware of the conversation around the program. And there weren't many people on Team Satterfield last November.
I wasn't on Team Satterfield.
And for him and I would assume the team has rallied around him.
Yeah, you'd assume so, right? I assume they like him.
And for a guy like Dana Holgerson to still want him around.
See, that in my opinion is the more impressive thing, because from all reports, it seemed like he could have done whatever he wanted with the offensive side of the ball and the coaching staff. And almost everybody returns. McGuire is gone, but everybody else is back, right?
Yeah.
Same. You got Glenn Thomas still coaching quarterbacks. Shorts is coming in, of course. You got Barthel at running backs. You got Raiola on the offensive line, and you still have Satterfield with the tight ends. So the offensive side of the ball actually had less changeover than the defensive side of the ball did.
Coming up in content, top 10 lists. A bad record was broken. And LeBron dolls.
LeBron dolls.
The new fad is LeBron dolls.
LeProm.
1620 the zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, what do we have today? Content.
We somehow let all of yesterday's show go by without talking about the biggest news story out there, guys. Mike Malone was fired in Denver just 2 years after he won an NBA final. Give me some takes.
What is this? 4 out of the last 6 NBA championship coaches no longer with their organization. It kind of proves that coaching in the NBA, not saying it's not important, but the ease at which franchises just move on from coaches, even after having success, it's a lot easier in the NBA than I think it is in any other sport.
It definitely is.
They're so quick to move on from people.
Yeah,
and for this to happen, I mean, they're going to be, the 3 seed in the playoffs?
Well, no, they're actually scooting on down. They're getting closer to like the 8 seed because everyone is so bunched up right now in the Western Conference.
But they're in the playoffs.
They're going to be in the playoffs.
I mean, imagine if like
they're the 5 at this moment in time, but they have the same record as the 7 seed, and they're only 1 game better than the 8 seed.
I mean, who would have been a good example from last year in the NFL? You know, a team that kind of struggled down the finish. But
I don't know. Well, 2 years ago, the Chiefs, you know.
Yeah, that's too crazy an example. Well, maybe it's not. I mean, after all, the guy won a title just like Andy Reid did 2 years ago.
Yeah, they've lost 4 games in a row. From all reporting, it seems like Malone and the front office were very much not working well together. Though they did fire the GM too. Yeah.
So it's really the upper office, not even the front office.
Yeah, I don't know. Getting a head start, I guess, on whatever's going to happen next. Absolutely wild for this to happen again. So, like, remember when the Grizz did this a couple weeks back, and it was like, wow, that's wild. The playoffs are almost here. This is nuts. This is absolute bonkers.
CBS Sports' Bud Elliott has his top 10 list returning college quarterbacks. John. Florida's DJ Lagway is first. Penn State's Drew Aller is third. Where's Dylan Raiola, you ask? Where do you think?
Why is this internet issue hitting me harder than hitting you guys?
I don't know.
Because it keeps kicking me out.
I don't know.
And we are all on the same internet.
Yeah, we were going to have a fun graphic here, and we can't show it because John's internet's broken today. No Raiola makes sense to me. DJ Lagway, number 1, doesn't make sense to me. I think Lagway is solid, but I definitely don't think that he is that good of a quarterback. So I saw this graphic, and I was like, that's weird. Top 10, he's number 1. Garrett Musnire, number 2. Aller, 3. Yeah, that's well, I guess the takeaway that I have, John, is could be a topsy-turvy college football season because I don't think any of these guys would be,
Yeah, do you look at this list of quarterbacks and go, man, that's a talented group of quarterbacks or a big-name group of quarterbacks? It really isn't.
No.
It really isn't. That's not saying they're bad quarterbacks. I mean, someone's got to win the title, so some quarterback's going to win it, but
is it going to be a first-time starter on one of the, on a Georgia, Ohio State, something like that?
But do you see the national champion in this top 10?
No, and they're going to have a first-year starting quarterback.
I mean, Penn State's probably the best
of these teams. Penn State's the one that I like the most in 2025. LSU is going to have a ton of talent, but can they actually do something under Brian Kelly? Florida has a really brutal schedule, and do you trust them right now? Yeah, that's interesting.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Somebody call Michael. Because Ben Solak found 12 perfect fits across all 7 rounds for quarterbacks in this year's draft. And wouldn't you know it, all our teams show up. He has John's Rams drafting Riley Leonard in round 6. Josh's Cowboys picking Quinn Ewers in the same round. And my Dolphins landing Hunter Deckers from Iowa Western as an intriguing, underrated free agent. Fit. Any of these sound good?
So
Go Reavers.
So Riley Leonard's going to be our next Stetson Bennett, is what you're saying?
Oh, so he'll just randomly disappear for some odd reason?
Guess, yeah.
Remember when that happened?
Play
is he
for
still on the roster?
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
Play for the national championship and then get drafted and then just disappear, even though they're still on there. I mean, right now the talk is that the Rams are looking at Jackson Dart for the end of round 1.
What? Stib says, call Michael. Did someone send a stupid GIF?
GIF.
I think that Quinn Ewers is fairly mid. So I don't really know if I would be a huge fan of this. In round 6, though, you're just kind of taking a flyer.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't have that stupid mullet.
Iowa Western, famously very good at football.
Yeah.
Also
How
my
are they
alma mater.
How are they getting us broadcasters?
I'm here. Josh Odson, he's here.
I always forget Odson went
Spicoli
there too.
is here.
Yep.
It's a good program.
Good program, people are saying.
Paul Skeens is human, and the team that makes him look the most human is the inhuman St. Louis Cardinals.
Wow.
St. Louis tagged him for 5 runs, the most he is allowed in a start in his lifetime. Record falls to 0-3 versus the Devilbirds. What the hell gives?
You know, Mike Farron yesterday mentioned that you have this guy and you're not trying to go all in and build the roster as good as you can. Maybe Skeens is mad at his franchise, and he's like, I'm surrounded by you doo-doo heads, and we suck, and it's your fault.
I think it's kind of amazing, though, that and I know he hasn't pitched a full major league season yet. I mean, it's close. But that his worst outing is 5 runs in 6 innings. That's not terrible.
No, it's really not.
Paul Skeens is good.
But yet somehow the freaking
good.
Cardinals are the team that has his number. Makes me sick.
Sometimes Satan works in mysterious ways.
There's a meme going around in the online community that Paul Skeens is going to dump the Pirates as soon as he can to go to the Yankees. That would be funny.
Would it be funny? Oh, that's right. Nick's a Yankees
Well,
fan.
the Yankees win, and they have other people.
Chances, what kind of idiot would go to Iowa Western and not land a permanent gig at NRG?
Chance, also an Iowa Western grad.
Oh! How's that going for him?
Well, I think the other college might have affected him because he went to another
Oh,
school, too.
no!
He should have stuck with just Iowa
Wow.
Western. Should have kept the associates, Chance.
Sad.
Oh, the Masters starts tomorrow. Who wins?
If you missed it earlier, our guest from SI.com,
Mr. Vincenzi,
said he guarantees
it won't be Scheffler.
that it won't be Scheffler, even though he is 4-1, which is pretty low odds for a golf tournament. I think Matsuyama could be an interesting choice. I think Morikawa could be an interesting choice.
My best friend texted me that he likes, or one of my best friends texted me that he likes Colin Morikawa.
And here's the name of the tournament.
Yeah.
Sepp Straka.
That's the name?
Sepp Straka.
Nick, that's the name?
I mean, that's not as good as Miguel Ángel Jimenez.
But it's pretty
my
good.
all-time favorite Spanish golfer. But Sepp Straka. There's your name of the tournament.
I'm going to go with John's favorite golfer.
Will Zalatoris?
Rory McIlroy.
Rory.
Finally gets it done.
That's like picking the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl.
I hate you. I hate your guts. I hate
Because you
your
know
guts.
what happens to Rory? As soon as he turns and drives up Magnolia Lane, he instantly starts.
You know, we've gone so long without hearing that noise. I
so-
almost forgot about it.
It's so gross.
I hate it.
So gross.
The Jupiter Hammerheads of the Class A Florida League set an all-time minor league record by walking 22 in their game versus the Dunedin Blue Jays. Dunedin Blue Jays. It was bad enough that the young announcers were even roasting them.
It's only my 5th season. I've been in baseball, a little under a decade because of my college days. I've never written so many RBI walks in a book before. Listen, I know that I'm supposed to be optimistic about our team here, but I mean, come on, guys. I could go out there. Let me loosen up my shoulder. I'll go help things out because you got to put it over the plate. You got to give your defense a shot. You have not been given a shot all game. We're broadcasting for maybe 2 people right now. That's for sure.
Hey, these two people are thoroughly mentioned and entertained right now.
Next pitch, misses outside, ball 4. Well, why not? 21 walks today. The payoff pitch from Reyes. Outside, ball 4. So there's the 3rd walk of the inning, the 22nd walk of the game, and that'll load the bases for Manuel Beltre.
This has been a night. I can't say it's been any. It's just been a night.
It's one of the nights of all time. That's for sure.
It's a historical night.
It's one of the nights of all time.
Yes.
This is a night in history. Meaning, I hope it never comes back.
Wow. John said it. Those guys sounded like they were 18. I hope that whomever pays them, whether it's the team, and what league was this in?
Class A Florida League. This is A-ball.
Okay. Hope that whether it's the team or the station that he worked, like I hope that they have a sense of humor, because I can see that landing the wrong way for a particular boss or whatever, where they're like, "Get these yahoos out of our booth." I hope that it landed okay, because that stuff was pretty funny.
It was really funny. I really liked the okay, why not?
Did that remind you of you, John, when you were a tiny baby boy?
Yeah, no, I never saw a game with a team walking 22
God,
guys.
that's so many walks.
Rough. LeBron James has a Barbie doll.
Prom James.
No, he's not collecting them or playing with them. He is them. Mattel announced him as the first Ken-bassador for the massively popular doll franchise, getting the nod for his influence on culture, style, and community. How about that?
What is it with people who wear the high water pants? Is LeBron waiting for a flood or something?
I think those are back, man. You never know what style is going to come back. It's
I mean,
pretty
he's
wild.
in Los Angeles. It never rains there anymore, so you don't have to worry about the floods. Did you notice, though, by the way, the LeBron Ken doll, he's got sunglasses. He's wearing like a Letterman's jacket that has his number and LJ on the breast.
Yeah.
He's got the plaid high water pants. He's got the Nike.
He's wearing a crown hat. He's celebrating the crown.
Well, that's the funny part. Not that it's a crown of some kind to obviously reference King James, but
New King James.
The fact that the doll maker did have the hat on him so that they don't have to embellish on the hairline.
Nice noticing, John.
Nice.
So enjoy your LeBron doll.
And finally, Josh has been begging with tears in his eyes. He's been like yelling at me, Nick.
Let me talk about it.
Got to talk about this. There are a lot of takes online about the White Lotus after its finale on Sunday. Josh, what did you think?
Bad finale, mid finale. Nah, it might have been a horrible finale.
Was it like bad, mid, or horrible?
Like over? It's over.
This season is.
Every
season is a new cast of characters, though. So
I didn't know if they were
bad.
ending the series altogether.
It just was stupid. It was 90 minutes, which I was like, sweet. There's going to be a lot of stuff happen. No, it just kind of, it felt rushed, even though it was 90 minutes. It was wild. So instead, I want to talk about hockey for you, Nick. Last night, the Canucks trailed the Stars with a minute to go by 3 goals. They scored 3 goals in the final minute of regulation. And then with 1:16 left in overtime, they scored another goal to win the game 6-5. According to ESPN research, they became the first team in NHL history to overcome a 3-goal deficit in the final minute of regulation.
Wow.
That is some hockey.
Last night was a record-breaking night in sports.
That was a cool end, unlike White Lotus, which had a horrible end to their season. Real bad end.
Are you going to be okay?
I'll be fine.
Weren't all 3 of the goals 6-on-5s no power goals?
Yes.
Or no, I'm sorry, not power play, but 6-on-5. They pulled the goalie.
Yeah, incredible. In the last minute.
Man, that really sucks that you can't even, because after a goal, you got to have face-off at center ice.
Got to have face. Yeah, seriously.
Now, my guess is they probably got the goalie back on the ice after the face-off and then moved him back out. I would think. I did not see it last night, but that is still very impressive.
Yeah.
3 goals in a minute.
Wild. Insane. Now, by the way, a couple comments coming in about the baseball announcers.
Yep.
Sam writes, didn't know morning show Matt called baseball. And El Scorcho, right? That minor league announcer sounds like McMaster. It did kind of sound like him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I can see that, or I can hear that rather.
You can see that. You can hear about that.
You see this? You hear about this? Very cool.
Coming up next, it's dinner.
Let's do it.
Which includes something that you're supposed to do after dinner, but I don't know if I would do this after dinner if this was my option.
Oh, okay.
It has nothing to do with the Oval Office.
Good tease.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I had some nachos last night when I got home. That's what I had. Nachos.
Oh, that sounds like a light dinner.
No, I mean, it was what was there. We had some leftover ground beef. We had some chips. We had some melted cheese. Stuck them in the air fryer. A little
wang.
What were those pepperoni peppers on them, and some salsa. And
Pepperoncini.
watched an episode of Mobland.
Nice. I did the brats last night. They were very tasty. Some form of leftover. We got a variety of leftovers in the fridge, so I just got to figure out which of the leftovers sound the best, and that's what I'll go with tonight when I get home.
I don't know if she's actually doing this. The wife did say she was probably going to do stuffed peppers, which I love.
Oh, nice.
Stuffed peppers are great.
Yeah. So we'll see.
We had date night last night. Went to Timber Creek.
How was that?
It was good. I got a thing that it was a special called the cow and chicken. It was a burger. Then they put buffalo chicken tenders on it, and then it had blue cheese. It was very good.
Interesting.
Well, after every meal, we all, well, except for Nick, who with his rancid breath, brushed our teeth. Apparently, there is a Kentucky Fried Chicken flavored toothpaste.
This is not an April Fool's joke that got lost in the draft folder?
This is not an April Fool's joke. According to the New York Post, this stuff has been selling out, too.
Selling out?
Yes. Yes.
That's
Fried
gross.
chicken flavored toothpaste.
I like the toothbrush. The toothbrush is a fun bit. But the toothpaste?
I just don't understand. Like, I guess the purpose of toothpaste is to clean your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not supposed to make your breath smell minty. So your breath is going to smell like chicken, but your teeth will be clean?
That's,
Man,
yes.
that's just weird.
It's a weird trade-off.
Yeah, I guess I'll try it if we want to.
Oh, are we going to do Tooth Test Tuesday?
Maybe, yeah.
I wonder, though, if it would, I mean, have you ever had the turkey dinner flavored soda? Was it the Jones Soda Company does the
I think I did one
Thanksgiving dinner?
time, yeah.
And I was like, oh, I almost like.
Even though you love
Hoorah.
Thanksgiving dinner, you had it recently. But in soda form, you're like, not for me.
No.
I wonder if
It
this
doesn't work.
Like, you know when you're a kid and you go to the dentist and they're like, take this toothpaste, it's bubblegum flavored. And then it's not really bubblegum flavored. It tastes like garbage.
Well, it tastes like ass, like bubblegum.
That's right. John hates bubblegum.
I forgot about that.
Bubblegum flavor is ass.
And I have the weird taste buds.
It is.
Bubblegum is a great flavor. It's
No.
bubbly and gummy.
No, it's not.
Yum,
Get
yum,
a strawberry flavored bubblegum or a grape flavored
I
bubblegum, but
love-
not bubblegum flavored
Pink
bubblegum. It tastes like
bubblegum.
it might as well be Pepto-Bismol mixed with ass.
Wow.
Oh. Right.
All right, John. You're gone tomorrow. You're gone Friday. We'll see you next week.
Bye, John. We have
Can't
to do
believe
our Masters updates tomorrow.
We do. We have to, in memoriam of John.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy your comedy show, concerts,
Yeah.
whatever you do.
They're old. It's gonna be a comedy show.
This is going to be fun.